Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the show, everybody. Been a little bit, and I am pleased to report we're going to have a lot of streams this week. We're here today on a Monday as a sort of bonus. Give back since there's been a lot of time off lately. I wanted to kind of reinvest and have a really good week of shows. So we're going to have ourselves a 6-day week this week. Today through Saturday, we'll be live every day. There's going to be a lot of Slay. I had a little bit of extra stuff too. I haven't forgotten that we have a Chrono Trigger to finish at some point. Okay, are we going to properly window capture here? Looks like it. Okay. Hey there, Malarkey. Thank you so much for 10 months. How's it going, Lycud, Janice, Zuthis, the Jackster, Sonic's Unleashed, John, Zatanno Okami, High Ascension Watcher is no joke. You might be able to get a leg up by bopping some elites in Act 1 and getting a 3 or 4 relic start, but you still have to be able to tie it all together in order to be able to survive the late game. And it can be a little bit difficult to figure out how to take Watcher from doing 100 damage on turn 1 or turn 2 to being able to tackle bosses offensively and defensively. If you haven't tried them yet, I recommend picking up some of the big retain blocks the Watcher has access to. Protect, or better yet, Deceive Reality, if you can get your hands on it. You want your deck to be maybe 80% draw on offense, but then a little bit of defense mixed in there. It's tough to get the right ratio. Big ol' B, thank you so much for 2 months of keeping it cozy and moribund. I want to go home. Oh, I want to go home. Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring. If only I had an Elden Ring. Did spend a lot more time with Elden Ring over the weekend. Very much continuing to enjoy it as I get further in. So good. Biggleby says, will I stream it? Not for a while, but I will probably stream a playthrough of Elden Ring at some point. Currently, there'd be a lot of work involved just in getting it to run on the tech end. I'd either have to set up streaming on the PS5, which is not an ideal room to stream from, let's say. That sounds like a ridiculous run, Beards and Bacon. I have not heard of that. No skip, Snecko, Pyramid, Branch, Nilries. What? That's wild. That's wild. Potentially unwinnable Watcher seed? Is that what you're saying, Oobla? Not necessarily provably unwinnable, but in all practical purposes unwinnable, aka give it to the best Watcher player in the world and see if they can do it. Probably not. Oh, that's a fair feeling, Cheesy Wiz. Even as a long time veteran of the series, let's say, the game does give you relatively little to go with. Something I was noting, I'll try to say this without any specifics. You're given the guidance of grace at the start of the game, told you'll be pointed in certain directions by grace at certain parts of the game, and there's sort of a quote intended path through the game world that's kind of laid out for you. And it's a very challenging path. You are thrust directly into the face of many, many difficult obstacles if you follow this path. It seems very, very difficult, actually. And only with some ingenuity can much of it be avoided. You can also go wandering on your own immediately, and perhaps that works out better. Perhaps it doesn't. Ubla says, I'd call it step 0 for finding a provably unwinnable Watcher Seed. That'd be really cool. That'd be really cool. So, oh yeah, there's a couple things. I wanted to update a command or two. Exclamation point map. Do. Highlights, map nodes. And I'll just link to that. Exclamation point mods. Okay. Perfect. More like nap nodes. Ain't nothing wrong with a sleepy chat. Cozy times are beautiful. So, March is boss swap month. So far, we've had really, really astounding luck with our starts so far. We got Snecko Pyramid in the last 3 runs as our starting relic. And that means it's Watcher time again, with Watcher starting with a random boss relic in lieu of her starter relic. And finding out what exactly that's going to do for us. I, for one, am excited. Currently, we're on a good streak of wins here. 6? Is that correct? 6. Well, heck. Let me make it 7. Maliciously predicts Sozu, or will it be a triple pyramid? I'm feeling like it's going to be a Runic Dome start, quite honestly. But it's a Cursed Key. Cursed Key gives us energy at the start of every turn, but gives us additional curses when opening a non-boss chest. We'll only choose to do that some of the time. Now, of course, Watcher with an energy relic is a powerful start, so I'm pretty happy with this overall. At the moment, we're just going to be skipping our chests, most likely, and we'll be able to leverage the additional energy per turn to hopefully bop a heck ton of elites. Apologies for swearing. Terrainco, thank you so much for that. 15 months. Busted Crown Silent. I hope we see one this month. Hey there, Gokika. Oh, I am the biggest fan of Pandora's Box starts, Malarkey. I think Pandora's Box is probably the best relic to start with. So, we've got our map highlighter here. Let's highlight some intended. I'm going to go with green for the intended pathing here. We want to bop these 3 elites, ideally, and get this fire. I usually work backwards when I'm thinking about my pathing. Here in the early game, we've got some... Let's see, what is it? Alt-click? We've got some easy options like this one. kind of going up the side here, getting a couple of fires. Whereas if we want to try something a little bit more dangerous, we can focus on taking out our Burning Elite here. However, I'm a little concerned that even with the bonus fire here, that the Burning Elite will be too powerful to defeat on floor 7. So there's a high risk of life loss here, although I do like that we could maybe, if we're feeling a little bit more ambitious, we can go up this way, hit this shop. Yay, shop. And then we'll be ready. What is it? Alt. Yeah, we can clear that off. Good. So let's keep our intended path here in green. Ah. So we either fight the Burning Elite, or we can also actually opt out entirely and go like this. This is still a 3 elite path. 1, 2, 3. And it has a very gentle start. With maybe... Whoops. Ah! I keep wanting to select the color palette by doing that. That's not how it works. Practice will make perfect there. Select color palette red. There we go. And then there's our option path. If we want to get a little bit stronger by fighting the Burning Elite, after we look at this store, we can opt either towards Burning Elite or away. I actually quite like that. Cool. Really happy with the ability to draw the map overall. It's helping me plan a little bit better here. We've kind of got an intended route. Is there any other option that looks like it might be appealing? It's a late shop over here. These 2 elites are a possibility instead of these 2 elites, but you don't get to access this fire, so it seems like a waste. Left side for elite path. Yeah, there's also fight this elite. Instead of fighting the Burning Elite with a fire, you fight this elite with no fire, which is doable with 4 energy per turn. And proceed from there. That's a little risky, admittedly. 4 combats, no respite into elite combat. It's not impossible, but I don't like it as much as potentially fighting the Burning Elite after visiting a store. Am I going to open the chest this act? That entirely depends on our situation when we arrive at the chest. It also depends on what type of chest we find. With the 3 types of arts, each chest has different distributions of rarities that it can contain. And we might use that information to make a choice. Could go Eruption Vigilance, but it's better to Strike Vigilance, yeah? Or even better, Defend Vigilance Strike here. Just do a little bit of damage. Fully block this. And wait for a better Eruption turn. 4 energy per turn just kind of lets us play all of the stuff. Our goal in most fights is whittle down the opponent until we are able to draw a hand that is able to kill them. Eruption Strike is 9 plus 24, 33 damage. Our opponent has 28 plus 5 equals 33 effective health. Let me double check that, because that is an exact C. 28 plus 5 equals 33. 9 plus 24 equals 33. Yes. Perfect. Love to see it. Get a Sneck Oil as our first potion. Flurry of Blows, Sash Whip, Warship. Do you ever go first card Warship? Warship says gain 5 mantra, upgrades to retain. So you have to, and it gives you 5 mantras, so play Warship twice to enter Divinity. My problem with Warship fundamentally is that even though it's a mantra generating card, it's not energy positive. You have to pay 4 energy worth of Warship in order to get into Divinity, getting 3 energy back. So you really have to be able to capitalize on that triple damage, or you're not getting anything. Warship is, I agree, good with Snecko Oil, letting us have a huge hand of cards plus Divinity. But, I don't know. I'm definitely willing to try it. It is card dense, that's true. And the upgraded version with Retain is real nice for calculated Divinity. I'm going to give it a try here. I don't necessarily know that that's the correct pick. Probably Sash Whip is an easier no-nonsense take. You could even argue for Skip there. going to give Worship a try. I'm also going to give Double Defend a try. You got this, Worship. Come on. Yes! Boop. All right, entered Divinity against Cultist successfully. That's got to count for something. Rushdown, Cut Through Fate, or Protect. How fascinating. It's definitely not Protect. We need some more offense to make the Worship worth paying off, and I think Cut Through Fate serves that role very admirably. But I think Rushdown is also something you can potentially just kind of grab when you see one, kind of like defragment on the defect. You just take that first copy as soon as you see it, no matter what. And that's a valid thing to do, I think, on this character. I'm not going to. I'm going to grab Cut Through Fate. And we're going to get one more card reward. I love that we've gotten 2 potions so far, even if they are kind of weird, socially awkward potions. They will serve their role admirably here. Regardless. $10 and 3 block cards. Yikes. Glad I grabbed that Cut Through Fate. Glad I'm going to a store, which will guaranteed have 2 attacks in it. On 4 energy, I guess I could make a valid argument for Protect here. Are we fighting Guardian? We are. Okay, I think Protect is a valid pick in this situation. It's not amazing, but it is dense, and it does retain. And it's up against Skip. Honestly, I'll pick one up. I'll pick one up. We're going to want to add more draw to the deck shortly. That's partially where the Cut Through Fate's getting us. Wow, an on-sale Judgment. How fascinating. 3 pretty good relics in this shop that we can't afford. Another copy of Rushdown. On-sale Judgment. Interesting. Sorry, dense. Dense meaning that the card has a large effect relative to a card, I guess. A card is dense when it does a lot of stuff or does a big thing, because you can get a lot done with just one card rather than needing to play a lot of cards. We tend to refer to cards as more efficient when they do a lot of stuff relative to their energy cost, but energy cost is not the only cost of a card. You must pay, of course, energy, but every card also additionally has the price of 1 card draw. You must draw a card or get it into your hand somehow in order to play it, and generally speaking, that comes at the opportunity cost of being able to do the same to another card. Hey there, I negotiate with terrorists. We are live at this very moment. Hey there, Hazhat. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. 2.5 unupgraded prostrates, only if you measure by the mantra. There's that block, too. Of course. I actually quite like Judgment as a way to help against elites. Specifically the 3 Sentries elite fight, and to take out other early threats. That said, I also really like removing a Defend here. A lot. I'm gonna do that. If I could do both, I would. If I could also now add Judgment, I would, but I think it's more important that we get cards removed. So, with what's happened so far, how comfortable do I feel fighting this Burning Elite? Very uncomfortable. I'm going to avoid the Burning Elite. We're going to take the green path. We did not find attack cards that I really needed. This is just entirely too vulnerable to a early something or other. Sweet Judgment Mantra build? Honestly, I think it would be good, but one of the best things a Mantra build can have is no starter cards. So we gotta get rid of those. Alright. I've also got a direct link to the map mod command, !map. I have no idea what to do on this turn. This is a pretty spooky combat. Ultimately, we don't have an elite coming up, so it's actually very excusable to use a potion here. And I think this is a pretty appropriate time for Snecko Oil. Overall. I would have wanted to use this in the elite fight, but there is no elite fight. And I expect the next combat is going to be pretty easy overall, too. Oh, I love that automatically... Oh, I can still see them in red. But they're no longer highlighted on the map now that I can no longer go here. That's an automatic feature of this map mod. That's cool. That's really cool. And then shifting shows. So Snecko Oil could have a good outcome here, could have a bad outcome, but either way, we're drawing 5 cards and looking at a new set of costs. I would call that, on average, pretty bad. We got 3 cost Cut Through Fate, 3 cost Strike, 3 cost Eruption, with only 1 strike being unaffected. However, we did get 1 cost Protect. That is our only... only saving grace here. And we also did, of course, draw 5 cards, which is actually the most important thing. Let's just play that Protect. Kill the louse next turn. Block fully. And I'm actually going to willingly take just a little bit here, because I need to play that Worship, or this fight is going to go on forever. The top card. Worried about that. Keep the Protect, take 3 more. There we go. Kind of. It's not even a kill, but we get closer to our goal. Actually, it is a kill. Oh, yay. Good job, Worship. Alright. Ultimately, I think we took less damage than we were going to on that turn 1 after using the Snecko Whale, so I'll call it a minor victory. And Study. Study is an interesting one. Study is card draw, but it's card draw that comes in an unusual form and has an initial startup price. I actually think it's okay in this deck at the moment, but does put us a little bit into too many cards that don't initially do anything territory. So I am worried about that. I don't think I should take it yet. Conjure Blade's also rather interesting, but is just in the same territory as Study. It's a card that doesn't really do anything when you play it immediately. Requires setup of a couple of turns. We're not in position to provide that setup at the moment, so I don't think we should take further investment cards like this. See you later, Eruption. We'll draw Worship next turn. Actually, we should just discard Worship, since I won't be able to play it 2 times. Keep Protect in my hand, just in case we get attacked on the 3rd turn. We do. Okay, now we can use the Protect. We'll play Eruption and kill him next turn. Okay, easy fight. Our Colorless Potion, another Source of Mantra, or an attack card. Why must I choose between my children? Hmm. So... Problem with Prostrate at the moment is that it doesn't provide any... Although we could upgrade it, which would change things quite a bit. Currently doesn't provide any meaningful amount of mantra. Like, we'd have to play Prostrate 3 times to equal 1 worship. What good is divinity if you have no attacks? Exactly. I think we kind of have to take this bowling bash. It's going to be a good bowling bash, actually. Welcome. Okay. And now we get an all-important card upgrade, which should probably be Eruption, but might actually want to be our Cut-Through Fate for the additional Scry. Since we're on 4 base energy, we don't immediately need the Eruption upgrade. We don't always necessarily have the ability to spend all the energy. It's true, Bowling Bash will help for birds later and other things that follow, too. I agree with that. I think we would probably take a Snecko Eye at this point, but we're not being offered a Snecko Eye at the moment. We do have the rest of the act to consider. I do really like this Cut-Through Fate upgrade, though. Bowling Bash upgrade is also pretty significant. It's plus 3 damage, and that can strike multiple times. Probably not relevant against the sentries, but could end up relevant as we go into Act 2 and 3. I like that more of an upgrade here or here, personally. I'll go with the Cut-Through Fate upgrade first. Yeah, we'll go with the Cut-Through Fate. Transmogrifier allows me to transform a defend. I think that's the smart play here. And this could really be anything. We get the study that I didn't take earlier. Well, I'm sure glad I didn't, because now we have one after all. And I am definitely going to try to make use of it. That's cool. That's cool. Hey there, Pony. And Princess Harem. And I think I'm unlikely to open this chest, as we're looking to fight 3 elites and a boss, with no hope of any card removal along the way. So if I open this chest, we'll be given a curse, and it could be all sorts of bad things that I cannot get rid of. Or a relic and maybe some gold, it's not going to be worth it. Not going to be worth it. Fluctuation EM, thank you so much for 27 months of support. I feel like I need some more coffee today. Might go sort that up momentarily. Open the chest? No! I will not. I will not fall for such things. Can't trick me, Twitch chat. You're so inclined, this is a moment where you could open the chest, see what's inside, then save and quit if you don't like it. But I tend to feel like that's against the spirit of a roguelite. Sure glad we did take Bowling Bash. Here are the 3 sentries waiting for us. Mr. Discord, thank you so much for 18 months, the year and a half of support. And a dad joke for the crowd. What do you call 3 construct enemies who are all arguing with each other? Dysentries. You're unwelcome. I think I would like to use the colorless potion here. There's quite a few outs colorless potion could give. We could even end up making money off Hand of Greed, although it wouldn't let me kill one this turn. What I'm looking for ideally are Apotheosis or the Bomb, or maybe Master of Strategy. Ooh, Violence is kind of like Master of Strategy. Violence could get me Bowling Bash turn 1 here, possibly alongside Eruption, to let me kill the middle one instantly. I could also take Discovery here, let me try to generate 1 of 3 random cards, and that could be anything. 3 random attacks is very likely to get Eruption. It's not guaranteed by any means to get Eruption Bowling Bash. I'm going to try it. Could be anything, even a Bowling Bash. Alright, we got the Bowling Bash, but we did not get the Eruption to go with, so... Here's where the Bowling Bash upgrade would have been absolutely imperative. Do I simply play a bunch of strikes? Or... I'm definitely going to Bowling Bash you. I need a 20. Should probably bring you to 8, so that one of these kills. Okay, so we'll skip the study, just go strike, strike, defend. It's really just essential that we remove 1 from the field immediately here. Could do Eruption Vigilance, or I can do Vigilance Eruption, interestingly. And then play the Protect block for 20, take 0. Then we have Cut Through Fate at the start of the next turn, but there's a lot of Dazed, so I could end up taking severe damage. But I could also end up scoring a kill and saving myself severe damage. Well, I'll have Protect in hand, so... I think we'll take this line. Take the 2 here, keep Protect in hands. Playing Protect, draw the Defend next turn. So discard the Strike, draw the Dazed, and evaporate it. Definitely regret not playing Study the first time. Before? Definitely place Defend before I play the Insight. I think also Bowling Bash. I'm not going to play this Eruption. Let's go Eruption Protect. Take 3. Good. Okay, we took a little bit more damage in that fight than I would have liked, but we get a sweet reward in the Gremlin Horn, and we're offered Prostrate, Deceive Reality, Conclude. Honestly, I think this deck wants a Deceive Reality, because we'd like a bit more of a block infusion since we lost a Defend. But Conclude does slap pretty hard. I really don't like Conclude much in a deck with a Gremlin Horn and a deck with Divinity, though. Even though it does a lot of damage, forcibly ending your turn is pretty tough to swallow. Does that mean we would have found Gremlin Horn in the chest that we skipped? It means we might have found Gremlin Horn in the chest that we skipped. Only if the chest would have contained an uncommon relic. But we don't know for sure that it did. Tempted to rest, just to make sure that we are okay in the next couple of fights. But I also really like upgrading Study, especially now that we're Snecko averse. Or upgrading Worship. That eruption upgrade's also a lot better now that we have a study. Really worried about Gremlin Knob. Right, I'm just gonna rest. Right, because, yeah. Okay, looks like a take 16 kind of situation. Well, hold on. Yeah, maybe. So 3 strikes next turn won't cut it. This shouldn't make a difference, but just in case, I'm going to drink it. Because if we do take head damage, if we do end up getting hit, it's going to be for a lot of damage. 12, 12, 14 is enough, right? No, that's only 38, isn't it? We needed to see any of these cards. But that's why I drank the potion, so that we're not dead here. We go Bowling Bash, Vigilance, Safety. Take 8. Alright. That wasn't too bad. Oh, Cursed Key Omamori synergy. We won't take curses for the next 2 chests that we open. That's encouraging. Been really strapped for attacks this act. Foreign Influence is the only attack we're being offered here. I'm not sure that I can afford to incorporate it. Hey there, MX Ashes. The devilish-looking username and branding comes from the Baylor Demon of Dungeons and Dragons, which I thought was a very cool creature as a teenager. So I chose it as my online identity, and I've kept it as such for almost 2 decades online now. Strike. I'm 30? I will be 32 this year. I'm getting up there. Pony 314, thank you so much for 2 months of support. Mix Ashes, you got it. Looks like I'm taking some damage here. This is where I actually do wish we'd upgraded Eruption. Continue to keep wishing that, I'm sure. That'll be my before Guardian upgrade. Then, I suppose. Let's see you take 1 more so that I have the safety in hand. Maybe I wasn't supposed to. Definitely struggling, that's for sure. Fear Potion helps. Talk to the Hand kind of helps. It's block when we attack. The problem is we still don't have any attacks that are any good. The old codgers reporting in. Good stuff. Makes every attack a discount Iron Wave. I like that. Foresight also helps us set up pretty decent turns. I wouldn't mind Foresight, but we've already got a couple too many don't do anything immediately cards. I'll grab the Talk. I'm really happy that we're fighting the sentries here. Heck. Could play it like this, but I'm not sure. Deeply concerned. Please show me Bowling Bash. Thank you. Dang. Alright, I'll go Vigilance Defend, and I'll have a lot of energy next turn. And we're going to try to Gremlin Horn our way out of this situation. Whatever that means to you. Got double protect next turn. All we have to do is draw any one attack. Any one at all. Or Vigilance even. Yay, we didn't die. Find me Vigilance. Do not. Beautiful. Get ourselves a Molten Egg. Okay, here we go. Now I think we're starting to head in the right direction. Problems IRL. Hey, hello, welcome everybody. Been a little while. Oh, we have to redo the entire bot. I'm going to be switching bots pretty soon, I think. Where APIs have broken forever. Check out API error, friends. You'll love them. No. TV/ Problems IRL. Old friend of the channel. Wonderful broadcaster. Problems has been an old-timey Binding of Isaac community member for a very long time. He spent some time in the Spire community. Plays a lot of Pokemon stuff, too. We are currently not using a custom bot. We are using an old Streamlabs bot that I intend to replace pretty shortly, as it's way past time to migrate off of that. And Twitch's recent API changes have only amplified the need there. I think I like this Flying Sleeves Plus, as it allows us to benefit twice from Talk to the Hand, and also stays in hand conveniently to benefit from Worship. Although I think an Empty Fist could be quite nice here also. Not sure we have quite enough health for Guardian. We do have really good blocks for Guardian, and I really would like to upgrade a card before Guardian. But we could get slapped on turn 2. Maybe not if I'm willing to invest the Fear Potion. And with 2 retaining blocks, I think we'll be okay. As long as I don't needlessly enter Wrath. So do I upgrade the Talk, or do I upgrade Eruption here? I'm going to upgrade the Eruption. Vigilance upgrade can also make a very big difference, or upgrading one of the retaining blocks. That's also true. Not sure if I'm going to need this Fear Potion. Go with probably here. 36. So this does 18, 9, 9. Yeah, we're fine. So I can play Talk to the Hand even. No, I can't. 18, 9, 9 is exactly there. So no, I can't. The real shame about bottom deck Eruption, huh? Discard the Worship for now. Thank you for your potion, for saving my life. You did a good job today. Set into the redraw pool. Go back into the sea, play the top of the hands. Okay, I think we're going to be alright. long as we're willing to spend our block cards appropriately. So protect, insight, play the vigilance. Lots of retain in this deck. Definitely very setup oriented, but once we get the payoff, it's gonna be big. Really big. And we have no vigilance coming up, so I'm gonna go Eruption first, then Worship, Strike, Strike. Flying Sleeves is 18 by 2, heck 'em. Different cards. Better. No point in retaining more than 5 cards at the end of your turn, as you won't be able to use more than that anyhow, right? Should be able to transform here. Thanks to our impeccable card draw. Dare say this is going rather well, although I strongly dislike that I just drew Vigilance by accident. It's going to complicate my life a lot next turn. I've made a mistake. Note that we're actually block positive when we play Flying Sleeves. Actually, I can also kill you. As Flying Sleeves hits twice, thus generating block from Talk to the Hand twice. But we only take Thorns damage one time. The Guardian's Thorns is per attack card, not per hit. Kind of funny how that works. Well, heck, you know, I was just thinking we could sure use a big, expensive attack card that hits multiple times and comes upgraded for free to go with our Divinity Talk to the Hand, lots of base energy, and Molten Egg. Lo and behold, here is Ragnarok Plus, doing 6 damage to a random enemy 6 times. It generates block from Talk to the Hand 6 times. It hits very hard if we're in Divinity stance. And it is another, what we would call a dense card. I think Spirit Shield is also pretty reasonable here, giving us a lot of block, especially as we scale cards in hand. And at least on turn 2 and 3, this deck is very good at having lots of cards in hand. But what about Snecko? Oh, interesting. Well, I wouldn't call Runic Pyramid exactly amazing here. We have a lot of stuff that says retain on it. Pyramid says at the end of your turn, no longer discard your hand, so we're not really adding that many layers of retain. Other option is the Philosopher's Stone. Go up to 5 base energy per turn. That's pretty powerful. But the additional strength on enemies will definitely give us pause. Or we can take Empty Cage to remove 2 cards, shrink the deck a bit, and lower our starting card density. I think, honestly, all of them are good in their own rights. Hard not to want this Empty Cage. Especially. Probably remove 1 strike and 1 defend at this point. And then we want to get Study and Talk to the Hand upgraded. Maybe Vigilance, too. But yeah, less cards means it's much easier to see Worship the second time. Easier to get Ragnarok in hand with Eruption. Pyramid is like a free upgrade on the Worship. There's a significant plus there. That's true. I also agree that we can, on principle, use the additional energy we get pretty effectively to mitigate the additional increase in damage. I'm going to try the Cage here, but I do like the Philosopher's Stone quite a bit. Shrunk the deck further. We're at pretty good money, so I'd like to go to a shop, but only if it's amenable to The pathing. What the heck are these shop placements? Hello? Well, going to this shop means 0 elites. I don't think that's what I want to do. This deck feels capable. Especially with Gremlin Horn. We'd really like to fight some elites in Act 2. Probably means going to this one after we fight the Act. So... could try to go 3 elites here. Up this path. Not sure about that. I'm liking more the look of this. Get an upgrade. Or, we do miss out on that fire, though. We'll get the upgrade first. Only 2 elites in a row, rather 3 elites in a row with no respite. And then from there we can go to the shop. It's only going to be 2 rest sites this entire act. It's pretty sad, but we'll hit the shop with like 400 gold, which is sweet. We won't get a curse from the chest. We might be able to use the other Omamori charge in one of these events, or something else could happen. If I had good potions, I'd feel more confident going the red path here. So I think my intended path becomes something like this. We go to this store. Ignore that one. Whereas the red path is, yeah, scary. I don't know what we'd need for the red path. I'd have to find like an ambrosia and a fairy in a bottle or something. That's possible. And again, there's also the far left where you go like up here. But I think that's too few elites. Gremlin Horn does make this path less scary, but not enough less scary, I don't feel like. At least not at the moment. Let's see how we do in our combats. Now that we've removed 2 starter cards, maybe we'll find that things are a lot easier for us. We're committed to Wrath Stance here. Good. Thank you, Ragnarok. Was hoping. Ooh. Inner Peace Plus. Either draw 4 or enter calm. I do like that quite a bit. Also, do not mind yet another mantra card or a rushdown here when we enter Wrath, draw 2. I know, 3 rushdowns offered, and how many Wrath entry cards? Take the inner piece. They're here, the birds. The birds are here. Could go strike, strike, flying sleeves, knock a bird out of the air, but let's go. Could even go vigilance inner piece. How fascinating. Not much point to that. I'd try to draw the flying sleeves and the protect. She feels reasonable. Bring me my retain cards. Of course, then I miss Eruption. Is that good? I'm not sure. We have Bowling Bash and Ragnarok ready to pounce, though. So that's nice. Of course, I can't actually play the Ragnarok now. Let's just finish off the one on the ground here. Although maybe I want to keep it alive so Bowling Bash hits a 3rd time. Let's do that for the moment. Get him, Gremlin Horn. Alright, a beautiful fight. A Ragnarok dad joke if possible. What kind of music do Vikings like to listen to? Ragnarok and roll. Well, like Ragnabonk. Ragnablanc. I ever take a second flying sleeves? Interesting. Evaluate Plus is also rather cute here. Another really beautiful front-loaded block card that also helps with the draw game. I'm clicking the Evaluate Plus. I don't know if that's correct, but I'm doing it. Oof, these turn ones, though. This deck wants a bag of preparation stat. Okay, there's Eruption and Vigilance. So I might want to do that next turn. Just draw the strike here. Block as best I can. Shoot, but if I kill him, We'll take 6. I'm not sure we needed to, but I think this turn will go a lot better if I'm able to actually get Ragnarok into my hand, for one. Birds have less health. There we go. They're a deck that doesn't want bag of prep, basically never. How about a Mental Fortress? I think an Empty Fist Plus would also fit in very nicely here. Letting us capitalize on extra energy from the inner piece, letting us slap for a lot of damage. Yeah, I'll have the Empty Fist. And we're actually almost feeling like I'm not going to play Study with random costs. Don't want those insights. Almost feeling like we're able to take on these Elite Path. I'm going to see what the Snecko drops for us, of course. And how much damage we take to the Snecko. Let's keep this 0-cost Flying Sleeves in my hand. For a Wrath turn, or for a Talk to the Hand turn. That won't be enough to kill, unfortunately. Nine plus 18 plus 14. It's 24. 65 damage in hand. And I can draw into block? Okay. Worst case scenario, I can use the Explosive Potion to win right now. The other option is what? Try to draw Vigilance and take a bunch? No, let's discard all 3. Try to draw an attack card. No luck. Potion goes, and that's okay. Do we want Consecrate? It's okay. Wouldn't call it amazing by any means. Hey there, Rockmoon. Normally I am off Mondays. Decided to be on today, because I could be. Because we've been off a little bit lately. So let's get some more runs in there. And apologies if I mispronounce your name here. Esganiformio. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Thanks for that Prime sub. Hey there, Cheese Demon. 2 great runes down, and lots of map to go. Won't be more specific than that. Oh, I don't know what to do. I don't think I want to take more cards at this exact moment. I do want to be visiting a merchant right now, that's for sure. But I do not like what this merchant has for sale, except maybe potions. Potions are nice. There is also Prismatic Shard here. Combat reward screens now contain colorless cards and cards from other colors. Currently, I'm just looking for my best hope of actually winning this run. And I'm not sure what that entails at the moment. Maybe a Simmering Fury. It's also Frozen Egg here, giving us 2 eggs, making sure all powers are additionally upgraded. That could be a nice way to add some rushdowns to the deck, but does prevent me from affording a card removal, which I would desperately like to do. That's what I'm going to do. Remove our last defend. Eggs for the Egg God. I'm going to buy the Strength Potion at a minimum. Do I also buy the Energy Potion? That's my question to myself. I think the answer is no. Keep going. And we upgrade Talk to the Hand now? We upgrade Study or Worship now? I think I upgrade Talk to the Hand now. And I hope that 36 health is enough to survive what follows. We do have an option to opt out of the second elite, so I think we'll be fine. It's not an ideal turn 1, but it'll do. Talk to the hand on the Chosen here. Keeping Flying Sleeves in my hand with Wrath Stance, it'll cleanly kill the Cultist here. My hope is that we can use that to our advantage. Did not factor in weak, though. Heck. However, I can just kind of full block. Not full block, but I can block for a lot. Not for enough. Shoot. Mistakes have been made. Guess I just strike the Chosen now to get a bunch of block that way? We'll have to kill the Cultist next turn. How am I going to do that? Awkwardly. Let's try this. Oh, crap. Now I'm in real trouble. Oh, dear. Gremlin Horn, question mark? Gremlin Horn got me, what, 48 damage and a dazed? Without knowing what the Gremlin Horn would draw. Entering Wrath is a death sentence there. Still might be. We need to shuffle the deck at a minimum. Feels like I had to use the Strength Potion in this fight. How awkward. Okay, we'll cut you. She is merciless. One health. Get my potion, though. You also get a block potion, which will help quite a bit, and a Fear No Evil Plus, which is a great stance-changing card. The enemy intends to attack, enter calm, you better believe it. But can 18 health beat the Book of Stabbing? Honestly, only if we get Talk to the Hand down early can this work for us. I'm gonna be real honest with everybody here. Good. Used that earlier, actually. It's okay. You're down. Block potion, play the evaluate, and then I guess I play strike, although I could also put safety into my hands. Definitely concerned here. Definitely concerned. Okay, we need what? Flying Sleeves with Eruption? I think we might need it this turn, actually. 6. Potentially die this turn. Unless... Wrath Ragnarok. Like a pretty decent turn. See, Eruption puts me at 4? Eruption, Cut Through Fate, Ragnarok? Yes, Eruption, Cut Through Fate, Ragnarok. But better yet, Empty Fist, Fear No Evil, Eruption, Cut Through Fate, Ragnarok. Don't know if it actually mattered. However, we get health. We get a Talk to the Hand upgraded. And we're on our way. We also get a relic here because we can open the chest and take the boat thingy because the Omamori protects us from the negative power. The Cursed Key. Okay. Gotta be really honest with everybody. Our next fight could be the 3 slavers. We have less than 34 health, which means those jerks could kill us on turn 1. I think that means we do not fight a 3rd elite here. We'll opt for this rest site instead. Take the coward's path. In blue here. Opt out of our intended fight. We might even go to this rest site. Actually, yeah, we'll visit this rest site now. So we get 2 more. That looks a lot better, actually. As we limp our way to the shop, we'll be able to get another card removed here. So we'll be able to upgrade and rest, which is perfect going into champ here. All we have to do is get through these 2. Ouch! Ouch. Get rid of that. Play the steady. Yeah, good thing I didn't go to the slavers fight and take a bunch of damage on turn 1. That would have been terrible. Laser B, thank you so much for 3 months of support. Hello. Get him. Okay, Ragnarok next turn. You got it. There's another Wrath card, Indignation. Enter Wrath or apply vulnerable to all foes can be rather nice. That really makes us want that rush down that we never took. Yeah, exactly. That opening draw would have straight killed me in the Slaver's fight. That's why we didn't go to the Slaver's fight. Cultist Potion absolutely will obliterate Champ if we can get to him, and I think we can. Take one Indignation here. And now we want... Man, this Warship has been such dead weight. Use the other charge of my Omamori, or take 5 max HP. Just rest again. This doesn't kill me. Maybe there'll be a waffle in the store. Let's get our 1 upgrade now. You. There was not, in fact, a waffle in the store, but there was a wall up and a rushdown. And despite the fact that everything else in this run has happened, I will pay for this rushdown. Giving us draw 2 when we enter Wrath. Also, don't mind an empty mind. Don't mind. And the 3rd egg could have had the full omelet. Another Fear No Evil seems pretty decent too. I also like Wallop Plus for big block and big damage. Okay, we'll take that Wallop. So with 96. Enough for Empty Mind or Fear No Evil, but not both. Do I pay 85 gold for an Empty Mind? I don't think I do. I think I just sleep. Man, we've rested so many times this run. I'm okay with it. I don't necessarily think we need the Cultist Potion for the champ fight, but I would like to go to the next act now. So... yeah. Please let me do that. Mr. Champ. I rush down. Yeah. Get him. Commence the kabunkening. Half health for champ is 420. Brings him to exactly half. Champ doesn't split at exactly half, right? Or sorry, 220. Not 420. That's right. He's doing his metallicize buff here. But let's make him vulnerable then. Divinity time. GG. Whew. Ooh, double Ragnarok plus. Alternately, Devotion gets us the mantra we need to actually get somewhere. But does want an upgrade, notably. Whereas Ragnarok comes in upgraded for free, and I have 2 Talk to the Hands, honestly. I want 2 Ragnaroks here. So that's what I'm doing. P-Box transforms 3 strikes and nothing else. Sacred Bark doubles the effectiveness of potions. That's right, the Baylor Smug is Madison from Dicey Dungeons. She is so smug. I'm going to take extra energy during boss and elite fights. It's going to make 5 energy to play Ragnarok's pretty doable. Only during boss and elite fights, though, and that's okay. Just don't have enough... Don't have enough starter cards left for Pandora's Box to be good, even though the egg. Especially, though, the egg. And I don't feel like double potions is going to make enough of a difference. I do like that we've now limped our way here to Act 3. We have, theoretically, a lot of energy. And... a lot of max health, and that's going to help too. Would I have taken P-Box there with all 3 eggs? I would have considered it a little bit more strongly. Would effectively be an Astrolabe at that point, which is good, but not amazing here. Obviously, we have to go through this guy here. We'll be going probably 2 rest sites. Oops. Probably 2 rest sites after that. The question is, how do we get there? I guess the easy path is this one. And the more difficult path is this one. Although I wouldn't really call them that bad, comparatively. I'm not afraid of Reptomancer. I'm not really afraid of Nemesis either. Giant Head should be no problem. This is more the fights along the way that could be really bad. I don't have enough money to make this shop that good. Let's take the red path here. Fight 1 extra elite. We'll see how this goes for us. Bonk. Pretty acceptable turn 1. 6 block per attack is just so much. Hopefully we can keep our health high through the act this time. Some kind of sustain would have been nice. Battle Hymn is the kind of card that almost goes well with this deck. First boss, Time Eater. Time Eater is going to be trouble. Unless I can kill him outright with Divinity. That'd be easy to do. Bonk. Targeting one so that I can kill it and get the Gremlin Horn, ideally. One that's buffing, so that we know that this one's attacking this turn. Got 12, 11, 6. That's 27, I believe. Exactsies? No. Not Exactsies. Baylor can't math. And that's okay. That eruption in hand for next turn. Maybe shouldn't have kept the warship, but oh well. Exact-ish, exactly. Exact-ishly. Oh my, Bowling Bash is here. Well, heck yes. Indignation to apply vulnerable to them all? Yes again. Clean and easy as 1, 2, 3. Upgraded Sash Whip I like quite a lot. We currently don't have a way to apply Weaken to our foes, and I think this one is a great way to do it to help us with the late game. Very good against Time Eater, very good against the Hearts. I would even add a second upgraded Sash Whip, I think. This is a bit trouble, though. Only had one more energy to play with there. If only. This needs to get played, and I think this needs to get played for the block. Take 12 damage per turn in addition to the Constrict here. Or because of the constrict here. Excuse me. Option wall up next turn looking pretty good. Let's just go talk to the hand, strike, evaluate. Take a bit more. I can block all proper like. Six times 6 is 36. Okay. Maybe it's better to go like eruption, wall up inner piece. That sounds better. Actually, do take one that way. I'm trying to figure out if we had a kill in there somehow. And with just one more energy per turn with Slaver's Collar, this should run a bit more smoothly. We're actually doing okay, considering our position on the path so far. Omniscience lets us play any one card in the draw pile twice. Omniscience Talk to the Hands, Omniscience Ragnarok, or best of all, Omniscience the Warship for instantaneous divinity stance. Heck yeah. I'll also contemplate taking Warped Tongs here. I would have to open the chest anyway to take the blue key inside, but we could get random upgrade 1 to a card every turn. That could be rather nice. That could also include upgrading Insights for bonus draw. Otherwise, I could just upgrade a card of my choice right now, which is pretty good, getting Omniscience upgraded to be cheaper or getting Rushdown upgraded to be cheaper. Let's upgrade this Omniscience. Since I only have one Omamori charge left and I know it's going to get used, I don't think I can take the other thing, the Warp Tongues. Well, heck. Guess I'm using my Fear Potion here. Yikes. 2 strikes is too many. Keep the least health. Ouch. Nothing I could do about that. Won't be enough total damage. But I can just go talk to the hand Ragnarok. Just randomly hit enough times to full block. Yeah, the good news is that extra upgrade we got from the event means I don't have any shame in resting here. Oh, shoot. Actually, no, this is fine. Yes, we get them both. Meditate! It's the only unupgraded card here, but it's by far our best option, putting me into Calm and letting me get a card from the discard pile and put it into my hand where it belongs. Sleep. Okay. And don't forget, we're getting bonus energy in our combats by and large, at least for these elites, so they shouldn't be terribly bad, but, well, who knows, right? Discard the... Actually, no, I can't use the wall up next turn anyway. Discard those 2. Draw the Empty Fist. Play it. Meditate a card back. Gonna have to be the Cut Through Fate. It's the only card that's gonna be useful next turn. Nemesis is intangible every other turn, so we can't do any meaningful damage here. We just have to block as best we can. In the face of terror. Is ever Omniscience Worship? Actually, what about Omni Talk to the Hands? Can also draw a bunch of cards with Eruption. can even Omni after the fact. 2 exits in the draw pile. Hey there, Extra Geese. I do have plans to do a defect guide, but I'm not 100% sure what that's going to look like at the moment. We could talk to the hand Omni Ragnarok. That's completely workable. Could talk to the hand Omni Talk to the Hand. Kind of like that one. Talk to the hand, Sash Whip, brings it down to 33. Protect. Need a 1729 block, take 4. I don't think there's any reason to really take damage here. Those burns are a problem though. So is the fact that I don't have any Wrath entries in the draw pile. Okay, I'm gonna Omniscience the Warship. Sash Whip. Evaluate. Strike Rush down. Okay, that worked out. And even though it's not huge damage, I get to do some good damage with the Ragnarok here. The Flying Sleeves for block purposes. That is one aggro nemesis. Holy moly. Well, heck. Here's the Ragnaroks. Take a bit here. Actually, a lot. We're no longer weak. Ouch. Please stop. Help! Help! Goodness. If I don't hologram a card, I'm gonna get obliterated too. Oof. Like, safety, meditate? Oof. Ooh. I can't go protect safety, because the next turn we just, like, get destroyed. Guess I try to draw that strike, but I'm only more likely to take damage this turn because of the burns. Gross. Fine. At least the strength is good, and so is the third eye plus for Big Scry. Prostrate's tempting, but yeah. Another merchant. No healing being offered. But there is Clockwork Souvenir, Cut Through Fate, and card removal. Hey there, that guy. You found your way here. That's what matters. Hey ho, these strikes have got to go. All right. Give it to me. Sapphire key. Need it. Question is, can I survive this encounter? The answer may surprise you. This enemy changes their attack intent every time they take unblocked attack damage, which, well, sometimes that's convenient, sometimes that's not. Good. Good boy. Let's meditate the third eye. Oh, this seems fun. Do I Ragnarok them? It'll do a lot of damage, but what else? You know? Ah! $57? I can block 57. Well, not really. Rune Royce! Two atoms are sitting next to each other in a bar. One turns to the other and says, "Oh my god, I think I've lost an electron." First one says, "Are you sure?" The second replies, "I'm positive." by 6 is not a KO here. I'll go walloping though. Better. Positively no refunds. That I can block. Was not an easy battle, and now we must face the giant head with only 14 health to our name. Thankfully, nothing terrible happened on turn 1. But you never know about that turn 2, right? Can't trust him. He'll attack me next turn. Talk to the hands in place. Try to draw through to the good stuff. Success. What do we want next turn? Looks like we want Eruption. Can make something big happen. Start with the inner piece. Now we can Omniscience Ragnarok if we wish. Let's get some slow stacks first. Oh, even better. Indignation, Omniscience Ragnarok. Dang. Get ourselves a Singing Bowl, letting us skip cards for max HP, but why would I skip cards when there's a Tantrum Plus hitting it 4 times and putting us into Wrath? Just the card we've been waiting for this whole run. Welcome. Double spiker. Oh no. I don't have an answer to 2 spikers. Oh crap. This is why you gotta take Alpha Beta Omega. Yagi, thank you so much for 11 months of support. Very screwed. I'm not sure how to fix this problem. It's true, Wallop does give block before. Actually, here's how I'll fix it. Wait. Double worship right now? Question mark? Only won twice. 30. I think it's good enough. Pedro Biagioni, thank you so much for the 4 months of support. Much love to you. Card draw helps a lot here, too. And Lizaresi, thank you so much for 2 months of keeping it cozy. You keep watching, I'll keep streaming. Sound good? Getting played. You're getting bopped. And they're both attacking me now. Good. Get him, Wallop. Okay, 1 removed. Let's see, so I want back both the Wallop and the Warship. Let's start with the Warship. Perfect. Okay, trust the fact that Wallop gives block first. Good stuff. Life has been restored to its proper order. And we've survived the double of spikers. Honestly, with 2 Talk to the Hands, I like 1 more Cut Through Fate. Especially 5 energy during boss and elite fights, which are the only fights remaining in the game, hopefully. Although 2 max health would have made resting just a little bit sweeter. Full heal? Full heal. Every time. Alright, well, that means I can upgrade the Meditate, and I think we're actually in pretty good shape now. I think our odds of actually winning the run just went up dramatically. Let's go. Just ask politely. Spire knows what's up. Okay, but despite all that, we have to be able to beat Time Eater here. And that's no easy feat. Time Eater automatically ends our turn every time we play 12 cards. So we're going to have to set up a pretty powerful Divinity win, although I do like the fact that we can simply Omniscience Talk to the Hand and get a lot of block that way. Other things that I could duplicate include Study is not a good idea, as that's just too many cards played for Time Eater. We could dupe Wallop for full block. We could dupe Evaluate and get rid of it. I think I'm just going to double Talk to the Hands. And we'll get some block this way. Perfect. I think that third eye is also not a bad idea. Actually, let's do that. keep Ragnarok and Flying Sleeves for next turn. I missed the Rushdown this time. That's okay. This is a great hand for next turn. I can go Tantrum, then apply Vulnerable. And I think I can just end in Wrath here. Is that a good idea? No, because I might get destroyed next turn. That's okay. I'm going to use one of these to stop this drawdown effect, though. To reduce the chance that I get obliterated here, and we drew Vigilance exactly only because I did that. Not that I need the Vigilance. Welcome to Half Health, Slime Nerd. Meditate. Worship Ragnarok or Worship Wallop? Worship Ragnarok. I'm also allowed to play Study if I want. I don't think that I want. Foolish. Draw some additional cards off this inner piece if I want to. Worship's going to give me +3 energy, so I have 8 energy to spend. So I could go Talk to the Hand, inner piece, Ragnarok. That sounds great. Okay, Time Eater actually down with relatively few issues. We did invest 1 potion. I think it was a good use. And now we're on to Donu and Deka, who have no gimmick to them, no restriction of what we can do. They simply scale quickly themselves and demand that we do the same in order to survive. Note that our Talk to the Hands won't provide meaningful block here, as the artifact layers of these foes prevent us from putting that into use. Actually, I think that means I'm discarding all of this. I'm going to try to focus on Donu here, who gains strength for both of them every couple of turns. And we're just going to try to set up as best we're able, waiting for that Meditate to arrive. Set, waiting for that Meditate to arrive. Hello? I'm gonna take so much damage. You don't even know. We don't have a Mental Fortress or anything. I think that's actually gonna be a real problem here. This is not a fight you can block with Talk to the Hand, neither in Spire and Shield, so unless we draw Omniscience turn 1 against Spire Shield, we might die there too. Heck. No Rushdown or anything? Do I Omni the Rushdown? Probably, yeah. Okay, that's what I'll do next turn. Although if I Omni Rushdown, I can't Meditate, right? me to 2 energy. Indignation then to 3. So yes, I can wallop meditate, but it won't be good. It's okay. You can also just inner peace, indignation, wallop. Also let me study. It's probably worth it. Okay, let's do this line then. Can actually also omniscience the worship right now if I want to. Take no damage this turn. Although I'd wallop evaluate is actually just fine. I think I could play the study too, but then I don't have worship. Take wrath entries, not so many exits. Problem Town. Us. Well, that helps at least a little bit. Freaking get him, man. Ouch. $20 plus 21, yeah. This won't do anything, this won't do anything. Vigilance, protect. Safety should be enough to stay me alive for a turn here. It's only 21 by 2 after all. Actually, wait, that's only 32. We're a little bit short. It's wonderful. There we go. Just barely. Okay, now we have to kill him somehow. Take that strike next turn, please and thank you. Please die, Deca. Thanks. Whew, okay, once again we just barely scrape by, only barely. Getting to the next act, 2 thump, 2 thump. Deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of this barely keeping it together? I'm sleeping. Need my health back, thank you. At least we have a really good potion for the heart, this ancient potion. If we can get to the heart in one piece, I think our odds of victory are substantial. But that's if. Yeah, Heart itself will be easy. It's the Spire, Spear, and Shield I'm concerned about, and I think our best chance in that fight is a Distilled Chaos. We have the Scry to know what's on top of the deck, right? If we use Third Eye, maybe being able to play Omniscience or Ragnarok for free with this potion could make the difference in that fight. What else can I buy? Follow-up, Flying Sleeves, Indignation, Swivel, or Good Instincts. I think I'm going to be none of the above here. None of these cards really help us out, I don't think. Isn't this exciting? It sure is. Actually, Swivel could have been okay, maybe. All right, Third Eye. What is on top of the deck? Perfect. Perfect-ish. So I could Distilled Chaos, go Warship, Ragnarok, Omniscience. That's a pretty good set of 3 cards, honestly. But what am I going to Omniscience, exactly? I can't Omniscience the Warship, because the Warship is ahead of the Omni in the discard pile, unfortunately. Omni Wallop is pretty okay. We could Omni the other Ragnarok, play 3 Ragnaroks this turn. Doesn't actually do that much damage. It would be 7 times 21. There's only 147 total. Talk to the Hands will bounce off their artifacts. Both attacking me this turn. 9 block. I've cut through fate. Double Inner Piece would put me in calm and draw a bunch of cards. Just hit the shield with every single attack from the Ragnaroks. There you go. There you go. Got an Empty Fist in hand, so I am allowed to get a Wrath-generating card, too. I do like the Double Inner Piece, as that would be enter calm, draw 4. Helps me get a lot done here. I think that's going to be my play. Yeah, we don't want to hit Meditate. We're guaranteed playing these 3. So then do. Those did mostly target the shield. Right, choose a card to play 2 times. This one. Double Inner Piece. And I think if I focus my efforts here, I can knock out the Spire's shield quickly. That would make my life a lot easier, if so. So, let's try finishing you. There's Meditate. Let's see. Flying Sleeves is how much? Base of 7, 14 times 2. Oh yeah, Flying Sleeve Strike, Empty Fist will kill, so I can Meditate. Perfect. This fight has gone well. I think our odds here are excellent now. Play the Deceive, Meditate back. Worship Ragnarok? Let's see, this is 21 times 6. Next turn, 126. Or I can Meditate back a blocking card. Okay, that Distilled Chaos was all the difference there. I think we were going to be behind the curve in that fight otherwise, but that went beautifully, and I think with 71 health and an Ancient Potion and 2 Talk to the Hands, our chance against the Heart is pretty dang good, actually. I think a little bit more health to help us out. Not the greatest turn 1 in the world here, but we get Omniscience next turn. That's beautiful. Gee, Bill, how come your mom lets you talk to two hands? Keep those three. Crucially, that artifact blocks the vulnerable debuff, which keeps us so very well protected here. Can go Inner Peace, Empty Fist, Worship here. That's a good idea, getting that Worship played. We take a little bit of damage. Nothing major, though. And this is 45, which is a bit worse. I'd love to be able to Tantrum for block, but can we? It's a negative. Go talk to the hands, safety study. We take a bunch of damage, but then we're pretty well set up. And the debuffs are now gone. Can you show me meditate? Thank you. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. So next turn I can actually Worship, which would get me Divinity on a very crucial turn. What about the turn after that? Sounds like a problem for future Baylor. Back, Worship, and the Cut-Through phase. I can enter Divinity and draw mini card. It's a big 47. Next turn's going to be 4 times 15. That's especially spicy. We did not draw the Wallop problematically, though I'm sure I'll see it this turn. Let's start here. Indignation could remove an artifact layer. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, we already have enough blocks, so I actually do not need to play Wallop. In which case, I suppose that I won't. Get more insights and store some energy for a future turn. Next turn's going to be the potentially toughest turn to block. Haven't gotten through the artifact layer yet, and yet 4x15 awaits us. But we've got Wrath, and then Calm, Wrath, and then Calm. I'll take it. Discard those. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. 9 block per hit. I was doing math with 6. Forgot about the Omniscience to talk to the hand. That's so good. That's just filthy good. I've got more card draw than you can shake a stick at. A really pointy stick. Got 2 ways to leave Wrath, so that's fine. $98. Show you 98. Look at that. 33 block per tantrum. Easy. We actually don't get any cards back with Meditate, hilariously. We also don't need the block. So I think I can just Third Eye here. Set up my next turn, which I don't want to be this. That's for sure. Discard all of those. This could go badly, actually. Let's see. Ideally, I'm going to kill my opponent right now. But I'm not 1,000% sure that's actually going to happen. Let's start with a Cut Through Fate. Okay, we've got Ragnarok and Wallop. 90 damage incoming. Ragnarok is 14 by 6. Right? Currently in Wrath. Yeah, actually, I think we can just block. Because the +1 strength, we never gave the heart +1 strength. Or are you talking about our +1 strength from Vajra? That would make more sense, actually. So I am allowed to Wallop Vigilance here. Or can I do 127 more damage somehow? Would that even be enough? I don't think so. Alright, we've got answers. And there's Indignation. Okay, Vigilance. And then Indignation will cause Sundial to give me 2 more energy here. And I think that lets me kill. But Vigilance, Indignation, I go to 4 out of 5, then Tantrum, Ragnarok. Let me just do the math here. 8 times 4 plus 14 by 6. That's 116 damage, yes. Get him, Sundial. G Twitch chat. What a hard fought run that was. But we managed to pull through in the end. Katie Young, thank you so much for 6 months, the whole half year. GG's all around. GG Nikita, Scaralian, Block Dude, OWM, Cypher, Lord Snow, Little Turd, Demon of the Fall, Oblox, Katamari, and everybody else. GG's all around. What a great run. Definitely a tough one. We were offered very little in the way of early game damage, and it definitely made things difficult to maintain. I have to say, this Worship was simultaneously part of the problem this deck had and part of its solution. We did use it in the end alongside the Omniscience to get some really good stuff done. But Dang was at a bad turn 1 card a lot of times. Specifically, this Chosen and Cultist fight was suffering, and this Centurion Mystic fight was suffering. Came so close to death so many times. Rested. Rested. Recalled. Rested. 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 Yikes. That was a tough one. That was a tough one. But we got there. That is going to be break time then. I'm going to refill my legs, stretch my water. When I return, Ironclad is up in the rotation. Going for 8 in a row here with boss swaps. That's pretty ridiculous. Yeah, I can't believe we only got 11 relics this run. That's partially because we skipped 1 treasure chest. It's not like we fought a tremendously low amount of elites. 3 in Act 1, 1 in Act 2, 2 in Act 3. Not the highest, but not the lowest. Didn't buy very many relics either. But worked out, worked out. I'm going to be back in a few minutes, call it 5 or so. When I return, there'll be some more Slay the Spire. Be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Hey, everybody, we're back. We're back. Thank you for your patience while I was away. It's Ironclad time. Ironclad -1 Burning Blood and +1 Velvet Choker. Velvet Choker limits us to 6 cards per turn, and honestly, at the start of the game, with Ironclad, this is one of the better energy relics, I tend to think. By default, with the starting deck, you draw 5 cards per turn. You don't even have 6 cards in hand, so how could you possibly play 6 cards? And Ironclad has quite a few cards that loan themselves to performing well with a Velvet Choker. In particular, there's a lot of 2 and 3 cost cards on this character, so we can spend 4 or 5 or maybe even 6 damage energy worth of cards without spending 6 cards. Pathwise. And it looks like I owe the chat a dad joke. Did you hear about the time I once had a side job as a baker? I really needed the dough. Let's see here. Got some interesting pathing options here. A couple of really good ones that I like, actually. So, late elites are always something that are beautiful here to be able to tackle. Elites that are after your chest so that you can have bonus relics or bonus upgrades going into them. And we can do either this or this. And these are kind of equivalent. 3 combats, 2 events along the way. 3 events, 2 combats. Any way you slice it, I think these are all the acceptable paths. This one too. Perhaps we'd like to go up this middle one just for the option to perhaps opt into an additional early elite. There's also the option to fight this elite instead of going to this rest site. Like that. And I think for that reason I like heading up the middle here, because we have more of what I would describe as optionality. Although that does cut me off from a path that hits through the shop. So I guess the big question is, do we want to go to the shop or not? And if it's a shop after 3 elites potentially, we could potentially go to this one. I like that. I like those odds quite a bit. So yeah, so it's all just a question of shop or not shop. Shop this late in Act 1 is maybe 250 gold. It's enough to buy a relic, which would help me in early Act 2. And a card removal. Maybe not both, though. Okay, so where does that end up leaving our ideal path? I think I do want the optionality, but that means no shop? Okay. So we'll highlight the difficult paths in red as before. So difficult option paths are here. And there's the intended path in green. And we use the map mod to draw a rabbit. Hey. Whiskers. Big floofy tail. It's kind of like a rabbit. More like a mouse thing. I'm not an artiste. Let's just prove that once and for all. I am not an artiste. Ah! Also no longer alive. Well, that was horrible. And so are these cards. I'll skip. Okay, let's upgrade Bash, I suppose. Interesting to see an upgrade shrine on floor 2 after the first combat there. Did we win that Watcher run? Heck yes, we did. Glorious success. After many, many hours of struggling. We got there. Duplication potions, pretty powerful. Hold the phone. One, two, three, four. 3, 4. Oh, yeah. Velvet Choker's Searing Blow is indeed a thing. Like, actually a thing. Searing Blow can be upgraded any number of times. And each upgrade is stronger than the last. Searing Blow very quickly with investment becomes an almighty destruction thing. It bonks real hard. And I can't resist a good Searing Blow. This is definitely the opportunity to give it a try here, so we're going to roll with it. For better or for worse. We're going to do our best and see how it goes. All they hear is bonk. Correct choice. Take 3 here. Yeah, I gotta take 3 here. Set one up to die. You. Not too bad. Really love that we got the upgraded Bash to go with the Searing Blow also. What a Pummel Strike. Pummel Strike's a pretty reasonable addition at the moment. Lets us hit hard, get through the early fights. Card draw for later, too. Could take a True Grit to thin the deck. The problem is that the True Grit will forever remain upgraded, but I suppose with Searing Blow, that's not a real problem. We just play the Searing Blow, and then we can play True Grit. But I'm never going to willingly upgrade the True Grit. We'll always choose to upgrade Searing Blow. I am fighting Guardian. Heck it, let's give it a shot. And we must start upgrading the True Grit. Ooh. Oh man, Juggernaut on sale. What an interesting option. I'm 1 gold short of Juggernaut Shrug It Off, otherwise I might consider that. As it stands, we will happily remove a strike. And I could add a Shrug It Off, or I can simply save up for another card removal later this act. Here, perhaps. I think this is the path I'm going to take still. We could do something like go this way. Well, then I don't get as many upgrade sites. So yeah, we'd rather go this way. I could opt out of elites entirely. I think we do want relics. Searing Blow likes relics, if you can get them. Good old Shruggernaut. I think with the True Grit, I don't also want Shrug at the moment. I have too many block cards for the elites otherwise. This dupe potion is so good with our Searing Blow, by the way. Okay, let's skip. Save our money. Upgrade a Searing Blow. The first upgrade takes it to 16. It's not much of a plus, but it's going to get better, trust me. Just trust me. It gets better. That does 16. Yes, vulnerable this one. Full block. Pretty easy fight. These guys have pretty low total health. All we gotta do... kill them. It's actually Searing Blow, this one. This one always buffs next turn. They can't attack 3 times in a row. And then we're lined up to kill this one with the 2 strikes that we're drawing. Easy. Guess that worked out either way. Could add an Anger if we want just a little bit of extra damage. Anger and Choker don't feel like they go all that well together, but as long as we keep the Anger controlled, it's not really a problem. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to take any of these cards. And I think with the Searing Blow, it's completely okay to just skip cards at most opportunities. Completely fine. Okay, we're going to keep skipping. We're going to upgrade Searing Blow. And we're going to pick up an Ancient Tea Set. Giving us more energy on turn 1 after visiting rest sites, which we'll be doing a lot thanks to our Searing Blow. I suppose it'll be active often enough. We should just take it. And then the goal is to go this way? Yeah. Let's go. First up, the 3 sentries. I'm just going to go ahead and say that I think this fight will be a lot easier if we get a jump start on it. And I really like just using the duplication potion in this first elite fight to ensure that we have lots of health and an additional upgrade for the next elite fight. So I'm going to do that. All low health sentries too, which is very nice. This does 21. Oof. Really targeted the wrong sentry here. Oh well. Still have a lot of health. We also now have a kunai. Playing 3 attacks in 1 turn will give us dex, and wow. We're offered both Offering and Battle Trance. Battle Trance is reusable card draw, whereas the Offering is 1 time, lose health, gain a bunch of energy, and a couple card draws. Personally, I like this Battle Trance quite a lot. 1 Battle Trance doesn't mess with the Velvet Choker too much. It's just like free card draw, and also allows us to reshuffle the deck at key moments. Wouldn't say that the kunai is useless here, but definitely not great. Offering, I agree, difficult to maintain without Burning Blood, especially when we're looking to never ever rest. I don't think we can really afford this. So I'll take this Battle Trance. Yeah, the goal really is upgrade Searing Blow at every single rest site, if possible. And if we have to rest even 1 time, not good. Ancient Tea Set putting in work, by the way. Well, that was beautiful. Ooh. Power Through is very dense, efficient block, but I worry about it in such a small deck, the wounds. Oiski, thank you so much for the 12 months. Full year of support. I think I'm going to take it, though. Our goal will be not to play it most of the time. But if we do play it, it'll be super worth to have done so. Shockwave is another very good complement to Searing Blow. Card that gets rid of itself. It's also long, weak, and vulnerable. Great for any longer fight. Greetings, Gremlin Knob. Prepare your face for destruction. 9. So these are at 9 apiece. We cannot kill the Gremlin Knob next turn. I have to, well, don't have to, but I should then play the Battle Trance to give ourselves a chance of killing Gremlin Knob on this turn. And we do get there, thankfully. Otherwise we would have had problems. Unceasing Top, unlikely to do anything. However, Armaments feels excellent here. Armaments can upgrade other cards in hand. That can include the True Grit, the Battle Trance, whatever you need it to be. Or the Searing Blow, of course. Do we upgrade the Armaments becomes the question, and I think unless we have Runic Pyramid, the answer is no, not yet. But I will take one Armaments to let us upgrade other cards. And we will, you guessed it, upgrade Searing Blow. Note that each upgrade being worth more than the last here. This upgrade's now worth +7 damage. First one was +4, and it's only going to climb by 1 with each successive upgrade. That's why getting Searing Blow upgraded as many times as possible is really the goal, because each one is worth more than the last. Blue John? Please delete something. That's not what I wanted you to get rid of, but I accept this outcome. Oh, good. Go Shockwave Searing Blow. Basically, our goal in this fight is get True Grit upgraded, if possible. And play Searing Blow a bunch of times. If we can get Kunai, so be it, but it's unlikely that I will be in a position where I'm allowed to. In any reasonable fashion. Wow, that actually just splits you. So I can go bash Searing Blow here. Okay. 66 damage. Bang. The wounds are piling up, though. I'm just going to take 5 rather than add 2 more. Perfect. I think I should maybe also use this. Might have been a little preemptive on the potion, but oh well. GG. Ooh. Particularly like Immolate here, as the deck currently lacks any convincing answer to multi-enemy fights. Although more burns and statuses added to the deck is not my favorite thing. Impervious would be really nice block, but we already have a fairly decent block engine between the True Grit, Power Through, Shockwave, Armaments. Let's get this Immolate upgraded. We'd also like to try to keep this below 20 cards total. Otherwise, we might run into some problems with not being able to draw our Searing Blow fast enough. Better yet, actually keeping it below 15 cards would help us ensure we draw it on turn 3. Definitely some odd options here, boss relic-wise. We're going up to more energy, maybe, with a Cursed Key or a Mark of Pain, or we're getting Runic Cube, giving us 1 draw whenever we lose HP. I think Runic Cube can absolutely empower Searing Blow, although I won't have much sustain. I would definitely take Curse Key before I'd take the Mark of Pain. Honestly, I think I'd rather take the Runic Cube. Card draw is absolutely what the deck needs. We don't really appreciate the form in which it arrives here. But that's okay. Yes, Brunzo, Mark of Pain, actually, and the Runic Cube, both of these are Ironclad only boss relics. You can only see either of these when playing as the Red Boy. At least these are all better than Fusion Hammer. That's true. That is true. Alright, we're looking for rest sites in large quantity. Well, they don't exist. That's not good. Just elites everywhere, thanks. Champ at the end of the act is nice. But yeah, only 3 rest sites here. That's definitely not our favorite thing to hear. But I wouldn't mind hitting maybe a couple of shops. Actually, particularly like... Oh, not you. Particularly like this. Card removal here, upgrade, we get 2 elites. Upgrade, upgrade, card removal again. The only question is, can we actually survive that? We could also go for a couple more events. Start this way, if we think the fights are going to be bad for us. Yeah, that's about how I feel too, Zuthis. Every time I try to give the Mark of Pain another shot, it betrays me. I'm going to leave the Burning Elite for Act 3. This path really doesn't allow for it to be reasonable, I don't think. Events path could be something like upgrade all strikes defends. I would take bites, too. Yeah, I would definitely take bites from this position. I would 1000% take bites. Okay, I think that's enough reason to go 3 events before the shop. Just hope it's not the altar. Immolate Strike is slightly less damage than Armament's Immolate Strike, but we get a dexterity this way. So I'll take my kunai here. Beautiful. Oh, that Searing Blow redraw. Bang. Beautiful first combat. Iron Wave Plus with a kunai. Actually not terrible. TBH. Alright, you can play. You can play. I'll pay out for a relic. I definitely don't want a curse here. Smooth Stone, giving us 1 point of dexterity. This deck is really good at blocking, actually. And a giant book. Costs 21 health to read this book, but honestly, no matter what the outcome is, there's some sweet, sweet things we could get. Come on. It's gotta happen. We need... I'm summoning blue candle vibes right now. Please. Spire. It's a Nilrees. That's definitely the one I wanted least in this situation, actually. But Nilrees allows us to add cards to the draw pile each turn, and those cards could be just what we need. You know what else could be just what we need? Spooky Apparitions. Spooky Apparitions allow us to gain 1 intangible each, buy ourselves a free turn, essentially, and reduce all incoming damage to, what's that, exactly 1? Okay. That'll do. Double your Searing Blow. Also did that because I was low on health and wasn't sure how I was going to justify continually upgrading if I had half health, but the apparitions will do it. This deck really wants a corruption. I'm going to cut 1 more strike, but I'm worried we're running a little bit too low on damage. Actually, I'll cut 1 defend. But corruption, though. Ah. Do I typically take dual wield in Searing Blow decks? Not typically. You have to be able to pay for dual wield and then pay for 2 of the Searing Blows, so not unless I have like 5 energy or something. Does Tungsten Rod stop the cube from working? Yes. Yes, it does. Doesn't mean I won't take Tungsten Rod, but it does stop the cube from working. And yes, even with the Velvet Choker, I would highly rate Corruption here. So is the strat intentionally take damage to draw more cards here? I think it might be. I don't have the base healing, though. It's a bit of a problem. Interesting options. It's easy enough to full block this turn, but we can do better than just blocking. Draw me some cards. There's the dual wield and a brutality to go with Runic Cube. 1 health per turn, you say. Seems like a lot to pay. I'm already drawing enough cards. Ooh, Immolate does 21, huh? Interesting. Shockwave next turn. Okay, I'm going to do something a little odd here. This is our last turn of Intangible. I'm going to need the card draw from taking the damage, so I'm not playing this defend, even though it would full block here. Because that way I guarantee to kill the leader next turn. Bludgeon. Actually not a kill. It's less damage than Searing Blow is. So that's kind of our gimmick now, is we can do Runic Cube things if we need to. Strike Dummy will help a little bit by making our remaining strikes do a bit more damage. Could take another Iron Wave, but I don't think it's necessitated by any means. Let's get these card rewards. Desperately hoping for some way to heal ourselves here. Give me your gold. All right, buddies. You know the drill. Just straight up does 42. Our play is the following. Not sure if that was actually correct. He's not. That's wrong. We in Silly Town yet? We're in Survival Town at the moment. Things are going okay. We're in Searing Blow Town, which is also a fine thing. Oh! That's the incorrect order to have acquired Apparitions and Toxic Egg, but I'm glad that we have a Toxic Egg to allow me to upgrade any skills that we might add from here on out. Any. Definitely our Energy Potion time. Give me the dex. Ooh. Runic Cube is also doing its best. +9. That's a full block. Get that upgraded for next time. Be back in Apparition. Just kind of stalling for time here, and I'm okay with that. You. Behold the power of Iron Wave. Probably should have upgraded the Battle Trance before I played it. 32 is not enough to kill. Also not enough to kill. There we go. Okay, not a bad Slaver's fight at all. We finally get some healing. The Blood Vial. 2 per fight is not much, but it is actually all we're going to need here, allowing us to take a little bit of advantage of the Runic Cube. Also, very strongly considering, actually would like, Headbutt, letting us put a card from the discard pile on top. That lets us recur the Searing Blow, or the Battle Trance, or whatever it is that we might need. Gonna keep upgrading Searing Blow. I have just enough money to remove a card here, I believe. No, I don't. Ah! Well, fine. I guess I will just take a Shrug Plus. Rupture. I'm not losing HP from cards, though. I'm losing HP from enemies. Could have considered Battle Trance, too, but I don't think 2 Battle Trances is that good. Play a little block heavy here. I have exceeded the 20 cards I said I wanted. That's definitely guilty as charged. Don't count the 3 Apparitions. We're at 19 cards. That's the secret. They don't count. Yeah, I'll just be invincible next turn. That sounds great. Poor unupgraded True Grit. Ooh. Healing sounds nice. Fiendfire. Can you not count Battle Trance? That's correct. You can also not count Battle Trance. But until we have a way to exhaust cards the first time we play them... Shockwave doesn't really count, but it's 2 costs, so it does count. I like Fiendfire for its ability to delete strike cards, but I'm unsure. It's also good for Power Through. Yeah, we have Fiendfire Power Through. Okay. Miss Medkit Last Shop is not an oof. Velvet Choker Medkit is sad. Just sad. Don't worry about it. Thank goodness we have Apparitions. And now, for card draw. Don't need to wait for the last 2 health because we're going to full health from Blood Vial at the start of the champ fight. Let's upgrade Searing Blow. Decent Pommel Strike. Alright, 61 damage at the end of Act 2. I think it's a little under par, but honestly, we should be fine here. Nilry's Codex can also... Oh my goodness, we use the Unceasing Top. Nilry's Codex can also help us figure out ways to defeat the champ by giving us powers or something like a barricade. For now, we're just going to focus on making the deck smaller, not bigger. I will allow him to strike me. I will definitely take a disarm. Corruption count is making the deck smaller? Oh, yes. Most certainly, yes. Evolve would also be good. Yes, upgrade the True Grit, please. We're actually just going to headbutt that True Grit for now. Worry about Searing Blow later. There's the Evolve. Exhume was also pretty good to get back Disarm. Oh, Champ has no idea what's about to happen. There's Demon Form. Okay. Not that I really need the Demon Form, but here we are. Is the plan to take Mark of the Bloom? I would think about it. Kind of hope we don't see it. That sounds really terrifying. Rampage. Already vulnerable? Heck. Be your worst, sir. There's Barricade. I think we're past the point of that being a thing, though. Now we kill. Three more cards. Two, three, four, I guess. Ouch. GG. Dude got slapped. Oh man. Okay, here we go. I like what we're offered here. Either Exhume upgraded, letting us get back an Apparition to play a fourth one. Problem with that is that it is 2 cards in one. So the Exhume is 1 card play, and then playing the new card is another card play. I think what I like a little bit more here is Barricade, letting us retain block from turn to turn. What that lets us do is accumulate block while we're intangible the first time through the deck, and then use that block to deliver destruction with the Searing Blow. I'm taking the Barricade here, personally, and I'm hoping that we can go up to 5 energy after our boss. Or a Snecko Eye. Or a Snecko Eye. Start of your turn, draw 2 additional cards. Start each combat confused. Meaning all the cards are random cost. That is going to make the apparitions a little awkward. Sometimes they're going to be 3 cost. But I like it. It's actually not the world's worst fusion hammer either. We might not get that many upgrade sites in Act 3 and Act 4. And just having the 5 energy would be great, but I think we desperately need the additional card draw of Snecko-Eye. Yeah, we also have additional draw from Runic Cube, but I don't think it's going to go to waste by any means. Alright, Burning Elite is there. Oof, that's a lot of elites along that path. But I can also get quite a few rest sites. Oh, beautiful. Sweet, we go here. Still planning on really putting work in with the Searing Blow. So we'll continue to upgrade it. In fact, that means we only fight 1 elite this act. Is that a good thing? Not necessarily. 125 gold for a card remove. Do I go to a shop? Maybe. I think I take this event at minimum, so we'll start here. Pretty straightforward path, if you ask me. Oh, the power. I'll just casually retain all that block. The best power card out of all characters. Oh, so hard to pick just one. It's Wraith Form on Silent, for sure. Probably just Wraith Form in general. Corruption or Dark Embrace on Ironclad. Bias Cognition or Echo Form on Defects. Watcher's Rushdown. Watcher doesn't like powers that much, though. They're not that good to her. I guess this doesn't matter as much now. Oh, right, Unceasing Top. We managed to make Unceasing Top do a thing with Velvet Choker Snecko-Eye. That is an unlikely occurrence. Let's just say. Please die. Upgraded Shockwave. Yeah, I'll add one more. I've got backup now. How much do I value card removals at this point? I'll avoid the shop. And instead I win damage. Although it won't be much damage because we have very low max health. 5 HP. You slash the crazy gremlin, but he's simply too quick. The price has been paid. He's too quick. One more Shrug Plus? I mean, we have Barricade? Yeah. Delicious. 4 shapes, double Exploder, double Repulsor. That's kind of terrifying, actually. Although I might just be intangible on turn 3. So I guess double Exploder is not threatening when you're intangible on turn 3. Take the damage so that I get the draw. This also works. Iron waves or shock waves, anybody? No? Anyone? Anyone? Did Snecko make my deck smaller? Yes, actually. Deck size really should be measured in how many turns does it take to draw all the cards one time. And Snecko makes that number go down. So it's kind of like having a smaller deck. In the really important way. You would have taken the second shockwave? You mean the third shockwave? We have 2 already. I don't want a third one. But, oh man, I can't take that either. No! I don't want 3 shockwaves. That's too many shockwaves, a wise woman once said. I do want more events, though. Yeah, I'll fight these guys. Just an incredibly dangerous, super powerful combat. No big deal. All you gotta do is kill them on turn 1, effortlessly. Oh, hey. It's 108. Kill the one adding wounds, then. Shame about the headbutt costing too much. Ha! Not enough damage. It did something again. Not actually anything useful. But it did do something. I'll take a little bit more here. Just to make sure the job is properly finished. Wait, no! That's not how that's supposed to work. Whatever. We get ourselves Calipers. Calipers could be good here, letting us retain block before the barricade is in place. And you better believe I will take Dark Embrace, which says whenever a card is exhausted, draw 1 card. It's card draw that we don't have to repeatedly play. You just play it one time, and then it's a whole lot of card draw. Exceptionally good here. Exceptionally good. Searing Blow is now at +9. It's really starting to hit hard. Another upgrade or 2 on it, and we can think about one-shotting Spire Shield with it, which is pretty dang strong, too. Wait, I could have taken that Panic Wrath. Instead, I get a Bottled Power. We either bottle the Barricade, or we bottle the Dark Embrace. Heck. Bottled Dark Embrace seems really good in a deck with Apparitions, not gonna lie. Yeah, I think it should ultimately be the Dark Embrace. We also have Calipers, so the need to get Barricade immediately is a little bit less important. Just getting that extra card draw is so valuable. Sorry, 176, you say? Ah, there it is. And yes, we still take Dark Embrace Corruption. Of course. Don't be ridiculous. Keep that for later, please. Oh. Yes. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this, actually. Because now all we draw is Searing Blow. Dead Branch. Ooh, yes to Second Wind. Not sure about Dead Branch, though. Whenever you exhaust a card, add a random card into your hand. If I didn't have the Dark Embrace, I might consider this. But what Dark Embrace is what Dead Branch is gonna do is add a whole lot of more cards to our hand. There's not a lot of room in our hand for more cards. And since I can only play a certain number of cards each turn, I'm really not sure that I want to make it harder to redraw our Searing Blow. So I'm actually not going to take the Dead Branch. And we're going to move on. Go figure. It's fine. Double barricade, for when one barricade isn't enough. Try two. The card draw. Die. Blood pot's fairly whatever. There's the Evolve finally. I think the Dark Embrace has obviated the need for it though, as has the Snecko Eye. That said, Bludgeon just kind of hits real hard. You ever just add a Bludgeon to your deck? Sure. With Snecko, why not? Weak Potion and Power Potion are pretty good. 20% of our max HP is very little at the moment. So I'm not going to take advantage of that. It sure is a Bludgeon minus. That's okay. There's 2 more max health down to 35. Oof. Our last opponent is Transient, but can we kill the Transient? That's my question. That's what I want to know. Can we kill Transient? Maybe. Okay. Actually, I've got calipers anyway, right? Let's do it this way then. Feel No Pain would be a great addition to this deck also. This has quite worked out for me to build Transients, but we'll see. Oh, never mind. We absolutely destroyed Transient. Well, good job, me. Get him. No! Failure! We came so close! How could we have failed? No! Sad times. Arma plus anybody? I suppose it's okay, but I'm really cool with less cards at the moment. Have to recall here at the last fire, no upgrading Searing Blow now. But first, it's Time Eater time. Tim the Time Eater. Bonk. Let's just maintain some block, thanks. We only play up to 6 cards per turn, and then every 12 cards we play, Time Eater additionally ends our turn. Definitely complicates matters, let's just say. There's a Feel No Pain. I'm taking that. Uh-oh. That's fine. If that's my hand, please headbutt Searing Blow. And double tap? Question mark? Sure. You won't. Cool. Terrifying. Did not work out as planned. Or hoped. Playing this Shrug. Kingfire next turn. Should play Shrug first, actually. So I'll play that too. Oh, there we go, Entrench. Okay, we got Entrench Barricade going, we'll be fine. Double your block. Double your fun. Actually shocked at how well this deck is working overall. Hey. Easy every time. Go as I wanted it to either. But every card we remove is helping us get closer to our goal of bonking the Time Eater to death. I realize I just got rid of Entrench. I'm okay with that. Considering. That was a sad turn. I strike and defend. Your move, Time Eater. Your move. Wow, kind of a sad finish to this fight, but we definitely got there. GG. Who's next? The Awakened One, who will penalize us for every power we play. That is a little bit of a yikes. I'm gonna be really honest. Considering that we're a barricade deck. Oh, shoot. Something has happened. I have spilled something, so I need to take a quick break here, unfortunately. I'll be right back, folks. Okay, I believe I have restored everything to functioning order and clean order for the moment. Appreciate your patience, everybody, while I sorted that out. No, I have not restored everything to clean order. That was incorrect. I still have to clean my mouse off. Quite an incident here. So I had this, like, little stress ball thing that I was using in my offhand while I was talking and playing. And said little stress thing decided to rupture under the force of being squeezed. And there was a sticky mess. I don't know why it was sticky. It was full of, like, some sort of clear, viscous ooze. Thankfully it's water soluble, but ugh. Goop. Disgusting. And it got on the keyboard. I was very upset by this. But I believe I've sorted everything out. And we could play. So, we have a bit of a dilemma here. Too much goop. You ever just get gooped when you weren't expecting it? Might be a good time to use the weakness potion. I'm thinking like Dark Embrace Power Through Barricade to get started here. It's not my favorite play, but we get the important powers down, even though they will give strength to the bird. And then we're able to Apparition for several turns to accumulate block. By the time the apparitions have worn off, we should have a lot of block to work with, and we should have refined the deck down nicely. This is actually Searing Blow. You better believe it is. Velvet Choker start into Searing Blow. Yes. Whew. Okay, 76 block on the first turn. I will take another Apparition, actually. Finally, we get to play Shockwave. Delete all of that? All of that. Another Bludgeon. Welcome back, Bludgeon. You're part of the team again. And just like that, Bludgeon was gone. Again. There we go, and now we're down to Power Through plus Second Wind, Shrug It Off, and Searing Blow. This is going to be a powerful block core that allows us to do basically anything that we want. Guess I didn't really need that weakness potion, huh? That's okay. Who's the shrug? Screw it. You heard me. Even draws itself. It's an infinite, kind of. Look at that. Double Power Through. first. Oh my god. Oops. Right, we still have a choker though. So maybe not infinite. But you know, infinite adjacent? Aspirations of infinite. Yeah, give me the dropkick. I want it. Alright. Infinite. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the spire, the source of this almighty searing blow? Deal 1960 damage. GG. Infinite for very small values of infinity. Yeah. Plus 11 for 111. It's a lucky number right there. Feed, you're too late. Power pot? Ancient pot? Energy pot? Unsure. Your infinity may vary. Like, we could use this to block vulnerable against heart, but I'm not sure it'll be relevant. Actually feels like the energy potion could be crucial, just in case we get two very important cards at 3 cost. So let's take energy potion, and I could actually afford 2 energy relics here, Happy Flower and Lantern, or I could buy 7 HP in the form of the waffle. That could make a difference too. Personally, I just want more energy. Give me more energy. Energy potion, Happy Flower, Lantern. That's reliable energy. All right, here it goes. We're into the final 2 battles. And, well, not a great start. That looks better. Better-ish. Actually getting only a very little block here. Oof. The debuff got me. Heck. Alright, Power Potion, what do you got? I was worried you'd have that. Very well. Maybe could have gotten a kunai first. Overall, though, this stings a bit. I'm concerned. Beast Apparition to next turn. Could retain some block with Calipers, maybe. Yeah, we had no draw there, unfortunately. Otherwise, just playing the Fiendfire would have been easy peasy like as our strat. But no, it had to be more complicated than that. Could Energy Potion for Apparition. Don't think we want to do that in this fight. Oof. Recost anyway. I'll hold some block. Overall, I have to say I'm a little concerned here. Don't do anything. You still kill one as soon as I draw a Stirring Blow, though, yeah? That does make my life a bit easier. Right. Never mind. Just destroyed. And we even got a potion back, a power potion. Perfect. Okay, 26 health is definitely scary. Going into the heart. Actually, 28 health. Didn't draw an apparition turn 1. Very good. And we have Runic Cube, so if I take Beat of Death, I'm going to draw cards. Okay. That's got to be a winner here. That is definitely a nice Feel No Pain. Fair enough. That's unfortunate. Do not want to use this Fiend Fire. Go Bash, Legend, Searing Blow. Unfortunate that we've wasted an Apparition, however, I think with a Corruption, we'll be okay. Perfect, we get both Apparitions, so we're guaranteed surviving. It's gotta be intangible for next turn. And that feels like my Energy Potion. Energy Potion, play the Corruption. Or we could wait until after we get a little bit more block. Actually not unreasonable. Alright. Or I could add a second one. Wow, Snecko Eye finally decides it's card playing time. Everything is free. You got it, Snecko Eye. Draw me another card. Runic Cube. I didn't play the Corruption, don't forget. That's just random 0 cost. Beautiful. Iron Wave. Legend. Can't play any more cards. All hail the power of the snack. All hail the power of the Searing Blow. How big is that Searing Blow? Yes. That's how big. GG. Heart obliterated. With no more than 6 cards per turn played the whole time. Heck yeah. And that makes 8 in a row, which is crazy cool. GG. GG. These boss swaps have been working for me. GG. Cool. Yeah, what? Has it been done? The Spire sleep. So shall I. GG. GG. Searing Blow plus 11. Putting on a show. That was so cool. Really highlighted how once we were able to exhaust most of the cards in the deck using the Second Wind and the Fiend Fire, being able to draw that Searing Blow every turn was just overwhelmingly powerful, and nothing could survive for very long. GG. Very GG. Very, very, very GG. All right. I'll try to make this one a shorter break before our next run. I did just spend about 10 minutes cleaning stuff. I got most of the break stuff done, but I see that I missed a couple spots. So I'm going to take a quick break, refill the legs, stretch the water, finish tidying up here. And when I return, we'll play some Silent. Silent, who I think is most likely to break our streaks when we have them this month, as losing that starting relic just makes her a really tough character, I tend to find. But we'll see how she does in just a few minutes. Don't go nowhere, folks. Lastly, to Gimp, thank you so much for 31 months. Keep cozy, my friend. Be right back. Okay. Thank y'all for your patience. Let's play some Silent. Greetings. Would you like a Astrolabe? A Black Star? Black Star start on Silent, huh? Well, we've got the map for it at least, but can we survive the first elite encounter? That is the question. We don't have a choice. Do we go early elite hunting or not? Doesn't matter. We have to. Map says. We could even try to fight 4 elites if we felt really bold, but I don't think we do. I think my best survival odds probably involve an early shop. That's to guarantee we get a decent potion, or to guarantee that we have some attack cards. Hardest character, hardest starting relic, it might be so. Yeah, just needs to get its legs off the ground. That's all this needs. Personally thinking 1, 2, 3 elites, thus creating the following path. Through the act here. There's dreams of fighting the Burning Elite, but I really don't think that's ever going to work out. Not as hard as Crown. It's a much harder first few floors than Crown is, as you're down your starter relic with no upside, particularly if you're forced into an early elite combat. Oof, can that be a real challenge. But I'll say this is a pretty good start to... doesn't really matter who we neutralize here. It's a pretty good start to our first fight. Not taking any damage on turn 1 is good sign. Not quite able to get them both, but yeah, only 2 damage. I'm very happy with that. And if we can get through our first 3 combats with honestly more than 40-something health, that's pretty good too. We do get a potion. It might not be a good potion, but it's a potion. And we also get offered an attack card, which I'll happily take. Riddle with Holes is really not a great card for the Silent, generally speaking. Hard to scale, very cost inefficient. But I don't think I mind an early Sucker Punch. An extra turn of Weaken can make all the difference against the elites of Act 1, and it provides semi-decent damage on its own as well. Who's our Act Boss? We're fighting Guardian. Okay. It helps against Guardian too, although not as much. Really, we're not worried at all about Guardian right now. We just need to make sure we survive the first few elites, and hopefully the massive relics will start to work from there. Of all the potions we could have gotten, that's one of them, and it's definitely not the worst by any means. Imagine Skill Potion, or Smoke Bomb, or even Fruit Juice, honestly. And we'll take one more combat, get another bit of money, get another card reward, before we go into shop. This will kill the small one. Okay, not a bad draw. So far, I'd say we've been very lucky. And that continues to be true. We get as much money as possible, and we do get a second potion. Nice try. Catacurse, huh? I, for one, do not think so. Much as Catalyst can be great with some other poison cards, currently we have none such. And we have an elite fight coming up that we need every iota of help that we can get for. Taking a Catalyst that we have no poison to go with is really not going to achieve that at all. It's a skip from me. Come on, money. Ooh, card removal. I'm still pretty happy to remove a strike here, truthfully. We did add a Sucker Punch already. Definitely going to go this way. Okay. I will lose one strike. Deadly Poison. Deadly Poison and Blade Dance. Starter Relic is here, the Bag of Preparation. Shame we can't afford it. How much do I value an early upgrade on Sucker Punch? A fair bit. I think it would help quite a lot. It's a little bit better than the Neutralize upgrade, I tend to think, as you get one more point of damage. And that 1 point of damage does truly matter. Ideally, you get them both upgraded, and then you have Weaken for basically the whole game. Heal hooks here. Kind of expensive. I'm thinking about Blade Dance plus Deadly Poison, personally. And if we have money left over, maybe I'll think about swapping Colorless Potion for Strength Potion, but probably not. I'm definitely going to take the Blade Dance. 12 damage for 1 energy, and it's only 30 gold. We won't have money if I buy Deadly Poison. But we do want a Poison card here, as that'll give us sustained damage in any longer fight. I like that a lot for Lagavulin specifically, as we currently don't have a good answer to that one. Could opt to remove another card here. Remove probably Defend at this point, so we draw just the good cards more frequently. I do get one more card reward and an upgrade before the Elite, after all. It would not do to remove another strike. We have too little damage at this point. I think I'll buy the Deadly. Probably also my upgrade then is the Deadly Poison. Unless we get something like a Bouncing Flask. Pretty good draws. That bullet time is early. I think a little too early. Choke is an odd choice, but actually kind of decent alongside Blade Dance, dealing 12 damage up front and then an additional 3 damage per card we play. Can do some fun stuff with potions, too. I like it as an artifact removal card. Take Choke, upgrade Blade Dance? Is that my pick? That'd be a weird one, but I like it. I wish I could afford to take this bullet time, but it's really just not going to serve in these Elite fights. Alright, I'm taking this Choke. It's not a great damage card, but it is a damage card, and it does do stuff with the Blade Dance. And it also removes artifacts for the other effects to go off. Upgrading Blade Dance or Deadly Poison? That's my question. I think Blade Dance with the Choke. The 3 sentries are up first, and we've got a really good potion for them. I'm just going to go ahead and throw it right now. 10 to all, yes, please, and thank you. See you later, Halapoke. Thanks for stopping by. Can I save this colorless potion for the next Elite? That's my question. My hope is yes, with their reduced health and our decent draw. But it might be that I should use every resource at my disposal to get through this fight. Not sure. For this one. Okay, not bad, not bad. Flies down that way. So we're losing hit points here and there, which is a little unfortunate. I'm going to choose to defend 2 times. We'll see if that's correct. Yes. Maybe. Cool. Good job, Choke. All right, we get through that fight with half of our health left. We get one really good relic, the Bag of Marbles, applying one vulnerable to all enemies, and one relic that does basically nothing. And a Bane, Catalyst, or Sucker Punch. I'm thinking none of the above, personally. And we're going to gather our relic from the next chest. But only if we can get through the acid slime fight. Easier said than done. Do I block? I mean, Choke plus Strike doesn't even split this guy. But I could do Choke Survivor. If I want to get a bit more damage done. I think that's probably worth it here. Take 4. Get the slime's health to a lower value in case I need to split again shortly, or 2 turns from now. Ooh. Okay, we'll aim to split next turn then. Half of 71 is 35? Yeah, so we won't play any more attacks here. Come on, Choke. Dang. 18 health. That's gonna hurt. That is unfortunately gonna hurt. Not weakened next turn. Could kill one with Choke plus Strike here. This would be 9 plus 4 plus 3. Actually, no, that's not a kill. Never mind. Just be glad we're not fighting Slime Boss at the end of the act. We stop adding slimed. Okay, 20 health. Masterful Stab versus Leg Sweep. I have to say Masterful Stab goes better with a Bag of Marbles, goes better with killing the elites, versus the Leg Sweep's better for the boss. I'm going to take the Masterful Stab, but I have a feeling we're going to regret it later. And I will happily pick up a White Beast statue. 1 potion per combat is going to make it a lot easier to survive. Yeah, we needed some upfront for now. Speaking of upfront, how about sleeping for some upfront hit points? So that we can continue to fight more elites this act. I think this might be my colorless potion. It was not. Dang. Fine. Well, that's unfortunate. $41. Our best hit next turn. We draw Masterful Stab, Strike, Strike, Blade Dance. That's 12, 24, 40. Our best damage hand next turn is 40 damage. Wouldn't I want a panic button, potentially? Not if it goes to my discard pile, because by the time we need it, it will be too late. By the time we draw it again, it will be too late. We're going to have a kill. So it looks like we're always taking a hit next turn. So we either take 6 plus 24, which is 30, or we take 0 plus 28, which is 28. But then I have the chance to draw Ascender's Bane again. I guess I could play the Ascender's Bane and the Survivor, and I take 29 instead of 30. Still makes Masterful Stab cost 1, as if I'd taken the hit, though. I think that's actually what I'm going to do, too. Oh, Blade Dance also makes him angry, right? Yeah, Blade Dance also makes him angry. $13, we are only guaranteed 12 damage next turn. I think we'll die if I play the Deadly, though, right? He goes to 38. Or is it 37? I live on 1. I'd rather just gamble. If we draw another damage card, good. If we don't, it wasn't meant to be. Good. Alright, I'll take my 5 health, get a Nunchaku and a Gremlin Horn from the Gremlin Knob. And I'm taking this dash, I think. Although, actually, with Nunchaku, maybe I meant to take Backflip. Block 5, draw 2. I like that more with Choke. I like that a lot more with our lack of Starter Relic, too, actually. Let's get some card draw going. Now that we're past the threat of Gremlin Knob, I'll simply sleep again for some more health, and we'll try to replenish some resource here, if at all possible. No Choke for now. Ooh, calculated gamble. Let's just discard our hand and draw anew. I think that's also very nice for mitigating the lack of Starter Relic that we have. I'll take it. Lagavulin, definitely a bit of a problem for us. Nice. We got Choke Blade Dance, though. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thanks to Nunchaku, we also get to play the Deadly Poison, which is going to get stacked with this Poison Potion. Get hacked. Not bad. We survive, though, just barely. Get ourselves a Dreamcatcher, giving us more stuff when we rest. Leg Sweep is back. Good. I want it. During that fight, somebody in chat asks, how would I feel if they made certain mobs more likely to drop certain relics? I think the Nemesis should have a 100% chance to drop the boot. Just every time, if you don't already have it. And if you do have it, you get another one. Finishers, also not terrible here. But I'm not under the illusion that we have enough card draw to make it work. I'm going to take this Leg Sweep and try to upgrade before the Guardian fight. If it doesn't work for us, I'm sorry, chat. It was nice knowing you. I'm just happy we're alive with a lot of relics. They're not all amazing, but they are, on average, pretty dang good. I think we want to upgrade the Deadly Poison to make the Guardian fights a bit smoother. You could also consider upgrading a block card. Actually, I would really like the Backflip upgraded, or the Calculated Gamble, so that we could use that multiple times. I actually really like the Backflip upgrade, the more I think about it. Although that does compete with the Leg Sweep upgrade. Backflip's a card I'm almost always going to want to play when I draw it. I agree. If we survive this fight, I think Act 2 is going to be pretty easy overall. That's the hope, anyhow. Do I also employ the Strength Potion? I'm going to go with yes, I do. I'm sufficiently afraid of death here. Maybe should have not played one of those. No, we're good, we're good. This is bad, though. So I think I need to draw towards that. Let's see. Take 5 currently, or... Sucker Punch, Strike. Take 3 plus 1. Yeah, I actually take less damage if I do this. Lose all my blocks so that I can use the Orichalcum. And I guess I do the same here. Do I survive? Turns to a 6x2. I take 3. Go to 1? Yikes, we're super screwed here. Strikes at the bottom, man. Ouch. Should have upgraded the backflip. Oh, yeah, now I'm dead because I didn't upgrade backflip. GG. Alright, we did not make it out of Act 1 there. Just not tough enough against the Guardian. Not sure that actually resting at the rest site would have even made a difference, interestingly, with that particular draw order there. Felt like we had good block density, but just did not line up in a way that was sufficient with only 14 hit points going into the fight. GG. GG, we'll try again. On the silent. What do you got? A Snecko Eye. Now that's an apology. We gave Choke a chance. We will again if we see another one. We definitely want to do one of these two. Like this. That feels right. This is also an option. More combats or more events? Go in the middle. Dear Snack, please don't kill me. Thanks. What's the best attack for Snecko Silent? Sneaky Strike, believe it or not. Because it refunds 2 energy regardless of what it cost. Maybe not best. Eviscerate is also very, very good. Anything with bullet time? Alright, a gentle snack for the first fight. That's good. What do you got, card reward? Choke! It's back! Welcome back to my deck, Choke. You glorious... glorious son of a gun. We will make you work, one way or the other. The choke redemption. Give me double choke. The rechokening. Flying knee. I saw choke for a moment. It was on screen. That said, flying knee's great. Extra energy next turn is exactly what Snecko wants. Perfect for our deck here. And heck yeah, I'll take money. You can't stop me. Don't even think about it. Exclamation point map for the new mod. Using a mod designed by OJB, member of this community. Provides highlighting of nodes on the map, even lets me draw things on the map so I can make smiley face, for example. Or kind of create vague concepts. So it's a very nice, almost like Blackboard utility experience. These are all pretty borderline. I guess we could take a dagger throw, but it's not really necessary. A lot more usable than normal with Snecko drawing 2 more cards each turn. It's much easier to draw Tactician alongside something that can discard Tactician. I'll try it. With the Snecko I start, I'll give it a try. Might even be my best upgrade immediately to make it 2 energy. Although we could think about the choke, flying knee, or dagger throw upgrades as well. Heck it. Give it a shot. Oof. Good job, Joke. You did it. I see we're having a problem again. This definitely gets played. Probably just, yeah, strike. Hey there, Fractal Zero. The green boxes are my intended path across the map. Using a mod called map marks to allow me to indicate / clearly communicate to the audience where we're headed. Love to see an early Birdface turn, healing us 2 whenever we play a power. Slight problem, though. No powers. But here's a power. Tools the Trade heals us for 2 when we play it, and is draw 1, discard 1, which is kind of cool, actually. Especially alongside this Tactician. What about Bouncing Flask? No, it's gotta be Tools the Trade with Tactician. And with the Birdface turn. Do I rest before fighting these 2 elites? You better freaking believe I do. I don't even have a particularly good upgrade. I guess Choke is probably our upgrade, which is saying a lot. No, don't even ask. Slime first. Oof. Save me, bird-faced Erd. Oh, I mismathed. Oh, heck. For some reason, I thought I could play both the strike and the neutralize. This is fine, though. It's double defense. Didn't want to waste the damage there. Yet I did. Seems like we're fine. Really liking this tactician now. Holy moly. Calculated gamble. Do we keep it up? Sure. Discard your hand, then draw that many cards. I'm in. 3 sentries, huh? I'll be using the Essence of Steel here, since it's going to perfectly block this turn. Help out on future turns, too. Alcor LH, thank you so much for 26 months. I have no idea what to say to you this month. Echo? Please? Oof. Just enough, but only just. Okay, that's better. We're gonna live. Two. Can't play it all. Pew pew. Gremlin Horn gives us an energy and a card draw when something is killed. Oh man, there's still another elite this. Here it is. Yes. You've discarded a card this turn, gain 2 energy, regardless of what Sneaky Strike cost originally. It's a beautiful thing. That's going to be an energy generator for the deck, at least in theory. Yeah, I'll gain an energy. Guess that's fine. Can't quite finish him, though. Okay, Regen Potion I think is just enough health to allow us to go this way. And I love Blade Dance to further combo with our Choke. Not bad damage overall. to be careful. I want to make sure the fight goes on long enough that we can benefit from the healing here. Of our regen potion. And we also want to heal too from Tools to Trade. Beautiful. Beautiful. Acrobatics, draw 3, discard 1. Sure? Sure. I like where we're headed. Let's just say that. But will we get there? With Gremlin Knob standing in our way? Unclear. You do like to do that. Stand in our way, of course. I'm just gonna die next turn, huh? Go for lethal. Problem is, the only hope we have of lethal is acrobatics into tactician. Playing choke first is not... Because we draw this next turn if I just play choke blade dance. This is what gets us killed, not this. This is a big problem. So I think we have to acrobatics, and if we whiff, we're dead. Good. That's acceptable. These get played too. Can I do 28 damage next turn? That's the question. Thorn's Pot will help, maybe. 25 damage? Can we get there? Survey says... I think so, actually. Yes! We live! Huzzah! Scoring ourselves a ninja scroll. 3 shivs on turn 1. And another Tools to Trade. Or a well-laid plans. Actually like them both quite a bit. I'll take the well-laid plans for the retain. Are the shivs at 0 cost? Yes. Yes, they are. And I either upgrade the plans or... I rest, maybe. I'm not resting against Guardian again. Is it a good choice? Probably not. Who needs to set up Choke Blade Dance when you just draw it on turn 1? Heck. It's a lot of damage, my friends. Figure out whether we gamble or not. How is gambling into the tacticians not helpful? I'll do it this way. That feels good. cost acro, huh? I'm okay with that. Actually, all things considered. Choke of the Blade Dance. With 4 energy, we can play them both. Bonus points for Tactician getting involved. Get him. The double Sneaky Strike. That's a fun little turn. Still in onion mode. We'll hold choke and stuff for next turn, I suppose. Awkward turn here. GG. Get some potions. An Entropic Brew is like 2 potions in 1. And we could take double tools. I actually kind of like it. Problem is the well plans will interfere a little bit with the tools the trade. Because if we retain 2 cards and then we draw 8 cards at the start of the turn, that's 10 cards in hand. So a second tools at that point is not drawing any more cards, it's just discarding an extra card at the start of the turn. How about instead we take After Image? We've got plenty of card spam going on between the Blade Dance, the choke spam, the acro stuff. This could be quite a lot of block, actually, and it's another power for heal 2 per fight. Let's take the After Image, then. I think Grand Finale would be very difficult to make function, but we have parts of the pieces that we would require. I think this is actually rather usable, this Grand Finale. But I'm not going to try. I'm already fried from that Watcher run earlier in the stream. Easy 4th energy via Coffee Dripper here, I think. We gain 1 extra energy every turn. We're already healing now 6 per fight. It's like we have a Ironclad Burning Blood. So it should be pretty easy to avoid needing to rest, especially on 4 energy Snecko. Remove 2 is not too bad. I would snip 2 strikes. And extra energy only during boss fights and elite fights is okay, but I don't think as good as this Coffee Dripper is. I tend to find that Coffee Dripper is very easy to use as long as I've got at least 1 healing relic. Yeah, when Kite would have been our best. Oh, this might be an Act 2 Burning Elite here. Look at this spicy lad. Potentially very difficult to beat, but if you're ever going to fight the Burning Elite in Act 2, you want it to be at the very, very end. I definitely like hitting an early store here with our 432 stockpiled gold. Not 100% sure if I want to fight elites, but I don't have a choice. We're fighting one of these 5 no matter what. So I'd like to either go through here or through here. Take a look-see. Get access to that. Option for second elite here, actually. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah. One of those 2. And the second one's not mandatory. Okay, that's my choice then. We'll fight this elite, and maybe this one too. While hitting this store. Okay, probably go to that event then too. So that's my intended path for the act. Pick one of these two, depending. Optionality, they call it. Beautiful. Not a lick of block, huh? That's better. All of it. This is only kind of going all right. Could kill with strike, but we could also... No, I can't play while he plans and defends. I'm just gonna try to heal too, but it doesn't seem viable. Another Blade Dance. Actually pretty good with the after image. And the choke. Paired plus for draw 2, discard 2 is alright as well. Take the Blade Dance. Chosen one. Chosen one. Is that going to kill? Yes. We're not exactly massive damage output. Oh, what? I have to choose? What do you mean I have to choose between these three things? They're all so good. Eviscerate is a powerful card that gets discounted for every card discarded this turn. Sneaky Strike can generate energy, which Eviscerate can't do. Reflex is potentially a really good card draw. Sneaky folks picking up on the Kung Pao influence in my dialogue there. Yes. I have seen that film, and yes, that is what I was referencing. It was glorious. The reflex is a little odd. They don't often actually get to draw both cards. Eviscerate definitely improves our damage short term, and we have a Gremlin Horror. Yeah, I'm going to take the Eviscerate. It's going to do one of every discard card. Oh, Potion Belt, Entropic Brew. Anybody? If I were to Dolly's Mirror a card, I wish I had upgraded Choke, but I might Dolly's Mirror the After Image. Or the Tactician Plus. Here's a fun idea for you. Kaduwu, thank you so much for the Prime sub and 5 months of support. Heck yeah. No, remove Strike. Could also take additional healing via meal ticket. Heal 15 when we enter a shop. Nice way to keep up the health with the coffee dripper. I'm going to go double After Image. I'm very much in that kind of mood right now. Let's do it. Triple After Image. Double Choke? Or do I take the Terror? Realistically, it has to be Terror here, yeah? Oh, heck. Ooh. Each. Duping the blade dance won't kill. A lot of health. Can I stun it? No. We're shy there too. I think what I will do is drink the Entropic Brew now. Let's see what we've got to work with here. Ah, there we go. That's the kill we were looking for. And I'll play the powers as best I can. Shiv Potion, and more powers available to us. Infinite Blades Plus, or Noxious Fumes. Both are pretty low damage output. The blades might even cause us to run into hand size problems. I'm going to skip them both. Alright, we will upgrade. I'm going to upgrade the choke. I think we're at the point where it's actually pretty decent. 2 additional damage per card played on the same turn. Especially if we draw at turn 1. We didn't, and this is a stinky draw. Against the 3 slavers. Ouch. What do you do when there's a stinky draw? Potion aggressively, I think. We can dash loose. Cannot kill. It's getting played. Neutralize plus and strike plus? That seems the most reasonable. Oh, actually, let's also additionally employ this. Just prevent it all. Lots of potions used, but lots of health saved. Oh heck, order here. Decided I'm killing the middle guy next. And just like that, we're at full health. Funny how that goes, huh? Another tactician? Not sure. How's it going there, scenario? Yeah, I think Piercing Wail is also a pretty good take here, giving us some easy multi-enemy block to deal with various foes using. It's not amazing, but I think we should have one. And I'll take an event over a combat right now. Just in that sort of mood. Warped Tongs. Don't really want to deal with pain. Been taking the actual Tongs relic less and less, it feels like. These are both the same effectively. Molten Egg. Upgrades any and all attacks we would add from here on out. Any future sneaky strikes or eviscerates in particular. 5 per card. Choke. The whale and nothing, I suppose. First rate's base cost is still 3 normally. But with Snecko, it's going to be a random amount. Blade Dance. Get him. Or like Gremlin Bleeder. Beautiful. Fuel Hook Plus doesn't feel that important. Matrushka, also not very important. Don't think we got very strong. Don't think we got much stronger there. But that's completely okay. Terror, then Dagger Throw, then Choke? Kind of a weird order that turn. Yes! The double choke. It begins. Better believe I'm gonna go 2 chokes. What about 3? No, that's too many chokes. Just 2. Just 2. And heck yeah, I'm going for the Birding Elite. We're in fine shape at full HP. And we've got an upgraded Acrobatics. Slavers are back. But will we heal this time? The answer might surprise you. It's yes. Double choke power. Wait, how do they scream while they're being choked? That doesn't make any sense. My head cannon. Be called Strangle? I think it should be called Asphyxiate. What I'd call it. Upgrade some skills. Maybe not important skills, but skills nonetheless. Yeah, those are fine. Do we add a Sucker Punch Plus? We actually don't have a very good source of weakness right now. So this card is decent. I'll take it. I think being able to lower enemy damage by 1/4 in the late game especially is really, really powerful. We'd love to see a leg sweep or a malaise, but we're not guaranteed to find either of those things. So I'll take what I can get at the moment. Choke putting in huge work here, by the way. Dang. 105. That's what that number just said. That is a big number. Keep that for choke. We took Terror over Leg Sweep in the library, and I stand by that choice. That was a good choice. They're here. But I'm going to kill both minions, I think. Yeah, I am. Oh! One. Unacceptable. Ridiculous. GG Collector. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. There's the Malaise. Not a bad Alchemize either, actually, letting us replenish the potions in our potion belt. Glass Knife is a sort of last and least. It does less damage than Eviscerate, less damage than Choke most of the time. Normally a pretty potent card with an upgrade, but here in this Snecko deck, it's not cutting it. I think I'll take a Malaise, letting us sap strength off of a foe. And heck yeah, I'll take the Hovering Kite. First time we discard a card each turn, gain 1 energy. Why, that's all the deck really does. Discard cards. Or we could take a Fusion Hammer. Most of the cards in the deck are already upgraded. Philosopher's Stone doesn't matter that much with the Malaise. They're all kind of equivalent, but I'm taking the Hovering Kite. We might not get this energy on turn 1 sometimes, but that's about it. Alright, I'm thinking this, maybe? Do I actually need these upgrade sites? No, I don't. Okay, let's not go to unnecessary rest sites then. Let's avoid them entirely for now. Maybe we'll change our minds. Something like that. And then option to go like here. Instead. They're options. I like options. I also like Gremlin Horn, which has been putting in some serious work this run. And we'll do again right now. Let's just heal it back, right? No biggie. Play all 5 of these, then you perish. We win. Beautiful. Ooh, Skewer Plus or Finisher Plus? Both ways to take advantage of our attack spam or our energy generation. Let's go with a Finisher. 8 damage per each attack played. Choker, Blade Dance, Finisher. The Wombo combo. But when you absolutely, positively have to ruin somebody's day. That's a little bit less than ideal. Shits. I don't think we have enough skill density to make this work. We've got plenty of attacks already. We're drawing too many cards for expertise to be good. Don't think we need a Caltrops. But lose a strike? Or terror after image? Easy choice to lose strike for me. Thank you, Falling, for the free card remove. That's just what the deck needed to slim down just a little bit more. We could actually take the 999 gold here. That's interesting to me. Because we can go to 2 shops this act. Although I'd probably want to avoid elites. So we're missing out on a couple of relics, actually, like 3 relics, essentially, to get the 999 gold. I think it's better to just take the fight, grab the rare relic right now. Won't we struggle a lot until we get to the shop? Somewhat. Yeah, we'll struggle until we get to this shop. I get to fight this elite. We'll have no problem there, but I won't be able to fight either of these two. Can discard 1 normality, but not both. I'll fight the boss. See you later, slime boss. You are very dead. GG. Get a Guria letting us lift at rest sites. Oh, so we are going the yellow path. Very cool. Give this silence some strength. Well, so liquid memories to get something out of the discard pile. Let's lose the energy potion. Hey there, Krogzar. In this deck, we definitely want to get strength over taking additional elites. We're so powerful. Adding damage to all these cards. It's a strong lady. Is there an even better path? There's this one now. Yeah, if I want to get 3 lifts before the boss, there is a way to do that now. Like that. You get 4 upgrades. Well, 3 lifts and a recall. We don't get to go to a shop until Act 4. That's actually okay, given the gold total. And we fight 1 less elite. But not less elites than if I go to this fire, right? So yeah, we should go this way now. Alright, let's clear the other paths off the map then. This. Lure is vaguely takeable. Yeah, we could also meet up here, right? Do something like that. But if I want to go to the shop, I'm losing the fire directly. And that gets one less. I guess it just does the elite first. I want to lift. Am I liking the map mod? I feel like it's helping me communicate to myself and everybody else the map decisions at least a little bit better. As I get a bit more used to it, it'll hopefully continue to improve in this regard. I guess it's really a question of how everyone in chat is liking the map mod. You are who it's all for. Ultimately. Can't play the finisher. Oof. Ouch, owie. Ah. No retain. Tough time. Very tough time. This dagger alive for the moment. These two cards. Go ahead, take 10 damage per card I play. I dare you. GG. Snake Lady. GG. No idea if or when map mod will come to Steam Workshop. You can get it on PC through the link on the ! map commands if you want to try it out yourself for your own gameplay or stream. Well, the Bag of Prep actually doesn't do anything, but Kunai is incredible here, giving us a dexterity every time we play 3 attacks in one turn. Bag of Prep says, my hand is full at the start of each combat, actually. That's what it does. Ora, ora, ora. Bang. GG, sir. Blade Dance Plus? Yeah. Yeah. We'll be able to compare win rates with and without boss relics at the end of the month to what the run history is keeping track for us at the minimum. We're about 65% before the start of the month. And now so far this month, we're way above 50%, but we've been very, very lucky so far. Very, very lucky so far. I am not playing that Sucker Punch. I'm also not playing more than one after image here. We'll image you. Worked out. Beautiful thing. Outmaneuver, giving us more energy to work with. That could be rather interesting with melees or for setting up a really big, powerful turn. Let's try it. Take an outmaneuver here at this final stage. I think outmaneuver can be really good with Snecko. As long as it costs less than 3, it's going to be positive, and even if it does cost 3, sometimes it's still worth playing. Although not right now, it's not. Ah! Miscounted my energy there. Well, heck. That's unfortunate for me. Let's get some one more energy, too. Ouch. Then he died to Spire growth again. In extremely embarrassing fashion. I have cheaper cards, maybe? That'd be okay with you? I would like that. Ouch. Okay, we can get health back pretty easy. Guess I should have just lifted there. There's no real reason not to. For example. Dance Eviscerate Finisher. Easy. Accuracy could make our shivs do more damage, although I don't know that they need to when we already have 3 strength. Got him. How about a dupe pot? I like that a lot. For various reasons. Let's go no flex pod. Second calculated gamble? I'd upgrade it though. That's fine by me. And we'll lift one last time. 3 points of strength as we go into the awakened one. Gonna be more like the awakened one. By the way, we never did see a leg sweep, although we did get the melees. Still happy we have this sucker punch. All of this? Yeah. Scaling up our decks with the kunai should be enough to win this fight for us. Should be. Looks like I might need to use a potion here. I think in Liquid Memory's Calculated Gamble, specifically. Otherwise, I'm taking an awful lot of damage here and now. Can't kill the other bird with his finisher. Won't be enough damage. It's only going to be 33 after 2 shivs. I can't afford to play finisher in any other attack. So... here's what I'm going to do. That's a bit better. Some strength off the big guy. How many powers will I play this turn? Not too many. play the maneuver too. Make sure we keep having enough energy here. Until we get at least the well-laid plans into play. We also want that tools played. We'd like to play all the powers. We're kind of dependent upon them. Just a little bit. And again, the more I play the powers, the less I'll draw the powers. This too helps a lot. Oops. She didn't even need to play any of the blocking cards. Easy. Welcome to Degeneracy Lands. Population us. GG. Next up, Donu and Deka. I think these two are relatively challenging, especially if we can't block for very much on turn 1. I think I'll play my power potion here. No time meter for us to deal with. That's a bit of a thankful thing. Although I think with time meter we could have used malaise to solve that problem. I'm actually maybe more afraid of this fight in some ways. Yeah, and yes, we gotta make sure that we play a Shiv first before I try to play a power here. Actually really like 1,000 cuts. That'll do 2 additional damage per card. Or 4 damage per Shiv. We have more cards than Shivs. I guess Fumes would also remove artifact layers, which would be very helpful for us. Actually, that artifact removal is a real big deal with how many debuffs we're centralizing this deck around. So let's go ahead with Fumes. I'll play this one too. No Eviscerate, just get the Dexterity. 8 block. Then we instantly die. No, we got Fairy in a Bottle. We're fine. No matter what, we won't be perished. Please don't. Yes, indeed. We have some problems here. Might have to involve our fairy. This is 14 block. So after image plus survivor means we don't use the fairy this turn. Not much of a turn overall, though. Yes. 2 more energy, that's right. I'm gonna risk it here. Oh, Sundial, that's right. It's not much of a risk then. Good. We live! Hey there, Merle. How's it going? This run's been pretty solid, but looks like it might choke at the last minute. If we're not careful here. Finisher. Deca. Just to watch Donu die like this. It's tough, man. "11 times 11, my god, the power." Big number. Alright, nerds, GG, we made it. I definitely think I would have preferred fighting Time Eater, given how that went. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread could be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all this choking? We have our fairy bottle intact. If not, our health can't rest to get it back, because someone took a coffee dripper. But I can upgrade my malaise, or one of my blade dances. It's going to be the malaise. And, oh, some stuff to buy here. Definitely want an energy potion for 2 energy. No questions asked. Flex potion's pretty good too, for 5 strength on 1 turn. If you want to remove artifact from Spire Spear and Spire Shield, we can use the Twisted Funnel for that. Or we can take Panagraph to heal 25 at the start of the heart fight. That's pretty good too. If I buy Pantograph, I can't also buy the Flex Potion, though. And I've got lots of healing already. I think I'm going to take the Flex Potion at a minimum. Don't have enough for Funnel Remove. Accuracy's okay. Mash would be hilarious. It's not 0 cost, though. We've got healing at home. Carried a bottle also. Let's take the Twisted Funnel. And I'll expect to use probably the Flex Potion in this fight. Would be my guess. Justin X, thank you so much for 10 months of sub board. What if I just gambled? No retain. quite the right order. So this gets played for 5 hits at least. Got more answers to the spear than to the shield. I might try to kill the shield on turn 1 here. Save myself some problems. Do it. Okay, that's already enough. Nice. Okay, not too bad. Ogre. All right, I think that'll be good enough. We get through this fight with relatively little difficulty. We have a lot of good potions for heart. Including, and we have a paper crane, so the heart will take massively reduced damage, or will deal massively reduced damage, excuse me, when weakened. Lastly, we're offered an accuracy. I don't think I'm going to take it. We already passed up the one in the store. I still stand by my statement of we don't need our shivs to do any more damage than they already do. I also think I'm going to use Duplication Potion on an after image. That way, 3 after images, we counter Beat of Death completely, and we will not take damage no matter how many cards we play, no matter how long the fight goes on. Let Ascender's Bane go. Multi-hit is here. Yikes. Not a whole lot of block happening. Unfortunately, did not find any weaken at all. Nor any source of strength down. Survivor slimes. Ouch. Where were you last turn, Malaise? Hello? Well, Tools has to be played. It's like Tools Malaise. That should barely keep me alive. Oh, crap. E7? Yes, we're still vulnerable. Got it. Okay. This then. Ouch. Double ouch. To make sure the weaken stays up, so we have to reapply here. Thankfully, Choke can remove artifacts. Do stuff like this. I think this is Choke Piercing Whale, actually. Can block the next hit with the Fairy in a Bottle, worst case scenario. Just 28. That's not so bad now, is it? No. It's not so bad at all. 3 out maneuver makes our next turn beautiful. Also, I think we've got this covered now. I think our Fairy is going to go free tonight, chat. It's going to be one of those days. A good day. Blah. Can't quite get a kill this turn. Absolutely carried by the kunai. GG, Mr. Hart. What a fight. Oh, he's not done yet. Or is he? Get him. GG. And to think we nearly choked at the end there. GG. How do you choke a heart? Lots of cholesterol and saturated fatty acids. Good stuff. It's a big, greasy hamburger. You're coming with me, Fairy. I was thinking about hamburgers. I'm sorry. Now I'm really hungry. GG. We successfully get there. With the silent today. It's been a heck of a day. That brings us to 19 even with every character. That's so cool. That's so cool. That is going to be bringing me to the end of our show today. I want a hamburger. So I'm going to head out here. We're going to be back tomorrow and every other day this week until Saturday. So it's going to be a 6-day week. And there'll be plenty more Spire. Coming up tomorrow, we've got the Defect coming at you. I might also play some Chrono Trigger this at the start of the week. Either tomorrow or Tuesday, perhaps. Or Tuesday is tomorrow. Tomorrow or Wednesday. Also, look forward to some collab with Sneaky Teak, hopefully on Wednesday this week as well. That's what's coming up later, but for now, I'm saying ta-ta, farewell. Thanks for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to have you all for some wild, wacky, wonderful runs. Till then, see you all later. Ta-ta for now. Toodaloo, and good night. Bye-bye.